Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's Christopher Dempsey back again. The one known as CR, like it says on your screen. Figure I bring in this icon for now. Welcome to this. It's an impromptu stream. Kind of reconnect with you all out there, the people and such. I haven't done one of these late night streams in quite a while, actually. It's been a while since I've done one of these late night streams. But I figure, I'm like, you know what? Maybe some people drop in, reconnect with some of you out there. There's no real specific topic for this stream because usually if it says live with CR, usually in my description will say there's a specific topic. So whatever pops into my head, so to speak. Figure I do a couple things. Hey Matthew. Hi CB. I'll message you later. How are you guys doing? Yeah, I just like literally cleaning up. The Bluetooth headset's helping though. You guys should be able to hear me, right? Yeah, I think it actually does sound better on the headset. So yeah, I'm just working on some stuff in the back. Well, I wasn't actually gonna go on live. All right, thanks for the 5x5 CV. Yeah, I wasn't actually gonna go on live, but I didn't see anyone else really going live, and channels that sometimes you see go live on like Monday, for example, are live. I'm like, maybe I can squeeze in some time among some other things. Hi. Camp family, camp, camp, cap, patent family compound. I don't know why I can't say it at times. Let me know if you want to join me, Gil. I think I can. I can open up Gmail back up. I just closed it, but it's all good. It's all good. Okay, hold on, folks. I guess I don't know how to open this up. Making some conversation with all you in here. Just let me grab the link here. Let's see, where's my link in here? Okay. So yeah, hopefully you guys are all doing well. Just give me a moment here. Well, now I'm glad I checked the email. Now I know what happened. Now I know what happened. But it was something I said. Just kidding. Just give me a moment here. I'm just trying to get in there. My connection. Let's copy this over here. So yeah, this is just an impromptu stream. Like I said, this is just I wasn't actually planning to go live, but I was like, no one's going live, so I figured I might as well and reconnect with some of you out there. on. Oh yeah, it's probably a good idea that I don't like say something out loud like the stream link. That's probably a bad idea. Let's give me a moment, Gil. Oh, you should get it in a moment. Really, here I'm just entering it in right here. Just double checking to make sure. All right, it's sending it out. I guess if I see you in here, I guess I know it worked. All right. Hi, Coffee Angel Crafts. Oh, I think I know who this is. I think I know who this is. All right, I'm back in the chat here. Okay, sorry about that, everyone. So yeah, I guess I'll have a guest up here momentarily. Let's kind of wait in here. I'm gonna change my icon back to the other one. I'm gonna put it back with the other one. Like default. There we go. Ah, seriously? That's what I get for manually. Only me. I probably. Well, disregard what I just everything I just said because clearly I'm not paying attention here. Did I? Oh, son of a gun. Yeah, yeah. I know what happened. I forgot that extra character in there. I can tell now. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on, Gil. I think. Okay, let's try to take two. Okay. Yeah, I forgot that extra character in there. All right. Should be working now. Hopefully. All right. While I wait for him to drop in. Hopefully it works. Hopefully you guys are all doing well. I know it's been so warm out west. I know it's quite much cooler, less warm out east. I mean, did I not? Okay, I guess I'm just not doing it that way. I thought I entered. Oh my gosh. Okay, I guess I'll just have to do it old fashioned way. Hold on, just give me a moment. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, now I can't shrink the screen. Oh, there we go. Okay, let's try this a third time. Third time's the charm, right? Third time's the charm, right? All right. Third time's the charm, right? Right, Gil? I don't know how I entered it in that wrong. Oh, whatever. That should be okay. Third time's the charm, right? Okay. Anyways, it's been nice out west here. At least for this week, it will be. Well, freezing too. I know it won't last. I mean, come on, it's Canada. We'd be lucky to get this kind of temperature during the winter time here, but I know it won't be like that. I know December's coming up real soon, so wait here. Hopefully it's working. Hopefully the link's working. Hopefully the link's working. I guess I'll see you in a moment here. Yeah, it's warm out there. Well, like I said, it's oh, I hear it. There he is.
Hey.
All right.
Okay.
I was gonna say to you, I was trying to say to you, maybe I'll go on live, but you just kind of missed that memo.
Yeah, SWIT. I'm switching the accounts for chatting.
Yeah. Well, CB saying hi to you.
It's CB at Hughes Homestead.
Echo, echo, echo.
There we go. Now they got Gray Man prepping in there.
All right, all right.
Hey, Matthew. And who else was in there? Coffee Angel.
I think I know who that is. I have to double check. People have been changing names.
Yeah,
so I think I know.
I had just settled down, got my computer screens changed around, brought up the novel I'm working on, started to type, and bink, pops up in the corner. Oh, he's going live.
Oh! I thought you would explain more that you clicked the wrong button.
Yeah. Oh, what I was doing, I had some another thing open. I went to click it, and it double clicked. I guess.
Oh.
Because it closed the window I wanted to close, and it closed the remaining StreamYard window that we were chatting on. I was like, what the heck? And it also got one of my other analytic tab as well. So I lost 3 tabs with one click.
Yeah, I kind of figured, guys. I'm like, he just said that he was in mid-sentence.
Whoa, wait a minute. What happened here? Oh, man. I quickly tried bringing up StreamYard. It goes, it's gone. It's like, oh, crap.
I actually waited for like 5 minutes. I'm like, well, maybe he's just...
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't... it wouldn't let me come back in again that way. Now, if I'd gone to my email and clicked on the link, I just realized that I could have gone back in.
Oh, okay. Well, see, that's why I figured. I'm like, you're supposed to be able to still come back in. If you
I just, just totally spaced on it, and I had to go check. I had to go put go put wood in the wood burning stove so the fire would go. Anyway, so.
Yeah, because I just figured, oh, maybe something came up real suddenly.
Yeah. Let's see now. I'm gonna play here now, so I'm gonna go.
Yes.
Visual background. Let's see. I'll bring up my Halloween buddies.
Okay. Oh, those people.
Yeah, these guys. This is the band. This is the band known as the Slash Street Boys, not the Backstreet Boys. The Slash Street Boys. And this is a still from their #1 video out there. Say, "I'll kill you that way," and they mimic the Backstreet Boys immaculately.
Now I'm just gonna get the song stuck in my head. As soon as you brought it up, I'm like, yeah, he's bringing that back up.
Hang on, let me get the other light on here. There we go. Yeah, it's so funny. I'll kill you that way.
Oh, that's funny.
Sydney, my knife in the dark will find its way to your heart.
Sydney.
Yeah.
You said Sydney?
Sydney.
Yeah,
that's Ghostface singing it. Sydney.
Yeah. From that movie, the series Scream. Yeah. That's why I thought it. Yeah, I'm old enough to remember.
We had all those guys in our haunted house.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And then we had a few more. You know, we had Dracula, we had Frankenstein and his monster. We had Madame Leota. We had Captain Kidd. We had Blackbeard.
Mm.
We had a skeleton Johnny Depp. Who else did we have?
I see you still freeze.
Yeah, it's there's something wrong with this with the video card. The video card can't handle it because when I got the new green screen up and I tried to put it up on 720, it goes too clear resolution, too much.
I can't handle it. I can't.
Yeah, exactly. So I had to lower my resolution down to 340. So maybe tomorrow I'll get over to Best Buy and see if I can either get a video, see if they'll have an external video card, graphics card for it that I can just plug into the USB or the HDMI port, and it'll go in and it'll run everything. Or just get another computer. This was a cheap one I got from Costco. It was $200 off, and it was like $379, and it said gaming computer. Well, it ain't a gaming computer. If it was a gaming computer, it'd have a good graphics card.
Mm-hmm. I see. That makes me miss my desktop now. I really do. Ever since I had issues with that video card, I was like, really? I just had the worst string of luck. Fail after fail of tech. I'm like, Well, you remember when I tried to join you with this other laptop? I just kept like breaking up and
dropping out, breaking it, dropping out.
Yeah. So now I got to come in with a phone now. I mean, I got the side chat open on a laptop, but it was just like,
I know there's there are some fairly decent deals going on, and there's going to be even better ones on Thursday, on Friday. But I don't want to go out there on Friday. That's why I'm going to go in on tomorrow or Wednesday to Best Buy and say, hey, is this one going to be on sale Friday? Can I get a price adjustment on Saturday for the Thursday? You don't have to say anything. Price.
Just wink. Just to wink if for yes, blink for no.
No, sometimes they'll do that. Yeah, if you buy something, or just come in, or they'll probably say just you come in on Friday, bring the receipt, go straight to the service desk, and they'll adjust it.
Oh yeah, they'll price match it still.
Yeah. Sometimes they'll do that. You don't have to worry about anything. Just bring the receipt in, go there. Okay, bye. Yeah. That way you're in and out of the store, and you're not fighting with anybody.
Oh, I've seen some of that stuff. Those videos on YouTube. I'm like, wow, some of that stuff is pretty crazy at times.
Yeah.
When you see out there.
Wait a minute, I'm feeling a little crazy here. So I love playing with my green screen. I think I'll just go back to my office.
Speaking of green screen, I've been messing around with making stuff for green screen, for things to use with green screen.
Yeah,
because I think it's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious with the videos I put up that I do things like that.
Yeah.
So I've been messing around with it. Stuff to bring in, right? Well, it's like how you have a background, right? So I can bring in CR logo in and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, I was thinking about at one point before I got the new green screen stuff. I was thinking about just getting what's called a scrim. It's a transparent screen, and taking my projector behind it, and that way I could project stuff up, and I could control it off my other laptop here, what was going up there and stuff, and make it move and everything else. But I need a bigger room. I need more distance behind to be able to do that.
Mm. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what you mean.
But see that way I could I could actually have a video going and stuff, filming something, and I have something. I could walk across randomly myself, walk across.
Yeah, yeah.
And
See,
go, wait a
that's what
minute, how's he walking by and sitting in the chair at the same time?
see. This is I see. I don't mind streaming with a phone or whatever, but and doing all that stuff. But I kind of miss the OBS now. I kind of miss the OBS now
Yeah,
because you can do so much more with it,
yeah.
which I like. Like all that stuff that he's talking about. I'm like, yeah, I want to run that. But, I mean, I can still do stuff like that in the videos, but can't do that live. I still miss that. Ah, so
The
yeah,
micro. Just catching up on what Mike's talking about there.
Matthew.
Matthew, sorry, Matthew.
Yes.
Sorry, my
Yeah.
glasses are
Yeah.
dirty, and I've been staring at the stupid computer wearing my reading glasses for
Well,
about 12
you
hours.
you were saying about like to reduce that blue in on the screen, right?
Yeah.
See,
See, I flipped it.
I've heard about this error
Yeah.
app. Well, you can actually well, it's both a program and app. You're supposed to be able to run it on your phone or on your desktop or laptop or whatever. And it's supposed to like basically make the screen easier to read, and you can have less blue coming at you.
Yeah.
But
Well, I've done that to some extent on the one here, but when I'm
so
working on when I'm doing certain things, I need it to be vibrant. And then when I get into like the color
oh yeah,
details,
like edit,
I'll
yeah,
I'll
yeah,
flip this up and so I can see the color details. Because when I use these other glasses and stuff, it kind of it's like it kind of it washes out certain colors, and it's like
yeah. You can't edit like that. It's too
yeah,
hard. Yeah,
your
yeah, I
like
get.
on your CR emblem
Yeah,
on the okay, I'm seeing two different ones. I'm seeing the one on StreamYard, which has the maple leaf in it, and then the other
yeah.
one I see over on YouTube has like the branches and stuff out the top and the blue down on the bottom.
Oh, it's probably just catching up. Well, I did
And
change it, so I don't know.
yeah,
Maybe it hasn't changed on that side, but
the when I flip these down, that blue turns to green.
mm,
See, it eliminates the blue,
yeah,
and
yeah.
so
Like I said, this app or program. What's it called again? What I'm trying to. I gotta look it back. I tried it before, right? But you actually it's hard to actually show it because you can't actually screen record that because it actually doesn't show you it.
mm,
You have to be in person to see it, right? But there's different. Like you can disable and stuff like that.
yeah.
I used to use it, all right, and stuff like that. So
Hmm.
it was nice. It was nice. Also,
Yeah, your avatars are still different.
oh whatever.
Yeah, it's weird because this is your standard CR with
Yeah,
a little black squiggle line and the maple leaf on it, and the other one is the like I said the CR with the like branches or whatever
yeah.
coming out at the top, and the black at the
That's supposed to
top
be
goes
the
down to
winter
blue.
theme. That's supposed to be the winter theme one.
Yeah, down to the
I
white
think
and the snow.
I've noticed that now since I noticed that with my icon. I'm like, where'd my icon go? Why is it different? I kind of because sometimes I need to come back into the replay to see how my audio is. Like you're here, so you can tell. But
Yeah,
when I'm just streaming, I'm just talking, so or whatever, right? So I'm not actively listening. That's why you need the feedback from the stream from the side chat at times.
yeah, and that's also
It's
why
like when you
I keep
freeze or
the
whatever. Yeah.
the earbud in so I can hear what's going on because I can actually hear myself back through the
Hey, it's
earbud.
Bob. Hey, it's Bob.
Bob,
Hi, Bob. I know you're probably like Bob. It's like whoa. Cigar actually has someone
you
on.
want me to send do you want me to send Bob the link? CR, hello.
Hi. Sorry.
Do you want me to send Bob the link?
Yeah, so you could send Bob the link.
All right, I'll send Bob the link. Control C. And
Wait a second. Let's change that out.
there we go.
Let's
And
let's
send.
change that out. Change that out.
There we
Let's change
go.
that out.
And Bob, it should be popping up in your email any minute.
Of course, Bob. I thought I changed that the last time you were in here, Bob. I guess I must have forgotten or something. I thought I changed that. Usually I do change it. Result. Oh, we wait for here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been working on some other stuff, the rigging and stuff. So you'll eventually see it in the video, though. Really, Bob.
That's what I need to do.
He's got to get a coffee, so I guess we got at the time to talk a little bit.
Forgot to share this out. Go share it out now. And
well, I guess I can openly say this because I've already put up the schedule for. See, I'm doing a stream later this week, a couple of days from now. Let me know if you want to join that. I'll send you. Yeah.
Let me get this one over here and put that on my community tab and throw that out there. And there goes that. Okay, that's out there. And share it on the other one too, on Grayman as well. Community.
Oh, and congratulations on the upcoming, 3.9 now? 3.9K?
3,900.
Yeah.
Oh, they took one away. I'm back down to 3,899.
That always seems like all the time. It's like you reach that next milestone. It's just like, and
yesterday really ticks me off. Hang on a second. Yesterday, when I was on Garden State Gardener's live stream, he shot me a bunch. I picked up 16 subscribers. Every couple of minutes, I was at for Grayman Prepping, I was at 897. And then I was in there and I threw out a couple of free membership things, and I went up to 902. So I picked up 5, and then he shouted me out. I picked up I went up to 906, and then 2 minutes later they all went away. Boom! It's like, well, I never lose that many in a minute. I may lose one here, one there during the day, but not at one time. And then a bunch more came in, and 5 minutes later, they disappeared. And wait, I got the email saying, I said, so-and-so subscribed to you, so-and-so subscribed to you. And I got comments on video saying, hey, I just came over from Joe's stream and stuff like that. And I had a total of gain of 18 subscribers yesterday, and I lost all but 3.
So probably the ones that stuck.
No, YouTube was kicking them off immediately. I mean, it wasn't even waiting for the next day. It was within 5 minutes. Boom, the number went right back down. It's like, what the heck?
See, I always hear about these stories, and it's hard for me to relate because I've never experienced this kind of unsubscribe thing. 'Cause
Yeah.
when I check, I'm like, yeah, it's still gray. All right, the button's still gray, so I'm like, I don't
Yeah.
know. So, so when you guys
The
tell me when I hear these stories, I'm just like, I can't relate to it because I don't see it
yeah.
personally. But I'm believing you guys are telling, what you guys are
Yeah.
saying, but I've just never seen it personally.
Well, shoot. Let me do something here. Let me change that to 7 days.
I mean, this is why I try to actually watch content
Yeah.
first.
Yeah. I don't know if you can you share stuff or not?
I
If you look down below that, it should be another one for me. You might be able to, if you can just tap on it, it should bring
yeah,
it up.
yeah, there we go.
Here we go. Um, I was down -2, up 16, and so I'm now at 900. So I'm only up 3 on here. So what happened to the rest of them? Yeah, and they went
Well,
bloop 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 down and gone, and that was it. It's like and ever since I started getting close to 900, I'll pick some up, and then boom, I start losing them again. And it's just it's really that the AI is doing it on purpose. They've programmed the AI to do this. The channel's getting close. Hey, Gray, how's it
hi,
going?
Gray. Welcome back, Gray.
And it just keeps, because counting on what I picked up and the emails I've gotten, I should be about 150 over 1,000 in the last month. I should have picked up and be past it, but every time I gain some, they either take away that number or more.
Well,
Some
it's
days they
like
would take
how
away more.
Oh yeah.
And people are telling me they're playing the ads on your videos. I'm about ready to make a public service announcement and say, if an ad pops up on one of my videos, turn it off. Don't even watch the video. Just kill the tab. Try it again. The ad comes up again. Kill it again. Forget about watching that video.
Oh, look who it is. Oh, she makes a special appearance. I know.
Hey, Alpine Preparedness.
Hi, Alp, or Alp, has something to say. I've been thinking about that, Matthew.
Yeah, Patreon is. I don't want to go there, because I don't want to charge everybody to see my videos, and I wouldn't get the same connection I do here. Most of my videos I do on Gray Man Prepping is educational, to get people prepared, to teach them about what products work, what products don't work, and so I'm not sure. Basically, I'm spouting the truth. On Gray Man Prepping, my lead-in says, teaching self-responsibility, helping you help yourself, supporting the Constitution, and they don't like that. They do not like that.
See, I've always considered Patreon, and I'm like, I don't know what to put over there, or my reasoning for it, right? Because I like to have a reason why I'm actually opening this up, doing all the work, like signing in and all this other stuff, checking on it all, putting up content and stuff like that. Like, because there's a whole bunch of stuff out there, right? You can, all the social media, right? It's just like, because there's a certain amount, it's just like, if you have an account everywhere, then it's just like, you spread yourself so thin.
Yeah.
You're going to be actively on there. You probably want to actively put content.
The one thing I found out that I was shown how to do, from my Kent Patent Family Compound channel, I went took and set it to automatically load everything to Rumble. I haven't done it yet with Gray Man Prepping yet.
Sorry, Bob. I didn't.
Hey, Bob.
Sorry, Bob.
Hey, guys.
Sorry. I keep forgetting I'm using Bluetooth, so I didn't even hear the sound in there.
Yeah.
Oh, no problem.
And so when I actually get around to having the time here to actually set up a proper looking channel on Rumble, and it'll be CFC and GMP, so Camp Patton Family Compound and Gray Man Prepping, and I'll load both to the same one, and that way everything will be over there on the one channel on Rumble, and because I've been getting every time I go in, it's like, oh, you got so many Rumbles, and the numbers growing, so people are watching more and more stuff over there. But it's still pittance.
Oh yeah, I mean,
hello, great.
How's it going, Bob?
Not bad. Yeah.
I gotta watch your latest video. I only seen the one early flower pot or garden pot video. I still have to watch it early.
Yeah, I drilled up a bunch more of those flower pots. Mrs. and I went to secondhand stores Sunday, and I got 3 or 4 more different ones and drilled them up this morning. They're out on the deck, just waiting for spring.
Yeah, and you make it look easy because it's not that difficult.
No, it's really not. I was always kind of leery about drilling into ceramics, but you get the right drill bit
or glass. You think like glass, right? It's like, I don't want that.
Yeah. In fact, I drilled into a hand blown glass little vessel today. Man, that stuff's hard. It worked. Everything came out fine, but it is a lot harder than ceramics. Wow. Yeah. It took a long time to get through there.
Oh, yeah. AP2E. Yeah. Glass is supposed to be harder than ceramic.
It certainly is. Yeah. It was
proof
positive.
Whole different structure. I mean,
it is.
Glass, even solid glass, is still a liquid. It's a slow moving liquid. It may take 1,000 years for it to start to drip, but it's still classified as a liquid. Whereas ceramic is porous. It's air pockets and stuff, so it breaks and grinds.
Yeah, that milling machine is very sensitive. I've been running it for years, and you can really feel it through your hand while you're going through ceramic and glass. There's big difference. Big difference.
Resistance, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Bob, something I just thought about. I haven't even researched this, but do they make a cutting oil to use on glass to make it cut easier?
I don't know if they do. I mean, I would think
that'd be if you're going to be doing more glass. It might be something. It may be plain water.
That's what I've seen some artists on YouTube who cut glass, and that's what they use. They use a water flow, and that seems to work out pretty well for them. But it was quite surprising how hard that stuff was, and it was making kind of like noise, like
like a jar, jar thing,
like that. It kind of vibration.
Sketchy.
My son, when he was in high school, they had a glass shop, and he was working in there. And he was saying when they were drilling, cutting, they put a lot of painter's tape on the glass to keep it from vibrating.
That's what I did, yeah. But I think if I get another glass vessel of some kind, I might put some of my shop rags underneath it to dampen the vibration, But I use painter tape. Dude, you know that roll of paint that blue painter's tape? That stuff's $12, man.
I know, it's gone insane.
$12. That's crazy.
It used to be the cheap garbage stuff, cheaper than masking tape.
Yeah, that's $12 for a roll, man. That's crazy. So I bought all those different like little ceramic teapots, all that kind of stuff, for less than a roll of tape. They're crying out loud, man.
Yeah.
But that painter's tape also helps to grab the dust coming off of there and isolates it, I used the heck out of that stuff and at Boeing drilling out rivets, and when I was the repair guy on the crew, I used a lot because it isolates the metal chips. I'd put a bowl underneath, like say if it's a side rib, I'd make a bowl out of that painter's tape to catch the chips because you can't leave nothing behind when you're working on an airplane. You don't want to leave
Yeah.
anything behind. Worked great.
Mhm.
But $12, come on, man! I got what is that 3M or something? I'm gonna go buy some shares.
Yeah.
But let me welcome in Penny Pinching Pepper and Vanessa Kitty. Hi, both of you. Nice to see you both again.
Is the Gray channel? Is Gray welcome
Gray
me?
1107's here.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes,
Let me take a look
I'm
at
known
that
Gray.
channel. I'm not familiar with that. Hello,
He's
Vanessa.
he's from over on Corsair Trainers, is where I've seen him from.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Okay.
I've known Gray for a while.
Let me take a look.
And I
I've known Gray for a while.
think he was even over on Will's channel for years back. Make sure to catch everybody. Yeah, I might as well go ahead, and that way Matt doesn't feel left out. There you go.
Columbia Riverbank, and let's see. Oh, you're in Washington. Oh, okay, cool, Gray. Well, I just connected with you. Nice to hook up with another Washingtonian.
Yeah.
That's who
Well,
that was. That's
huh?
who it is. Gil.
What?
That's who.
What?
Let me just on the screen. This is who it is.
Ah, okay. New name.
Yeah. It doesn't make
Alpine
sense.
Preparedness. All right.
Yeah. So.
Oh, you changed your channel name. Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, we
That's why
got
there's more.
with the move progress. We got the king size mattress delivered, and two strong guys carried it upstairs, and boom.
I figured it was there when you put that video up about hanging the lights on the stairwell. They had to already been gone.
I still have to watch it. I still have to watch that.
You saw that stairwell in this house is pretty narrow, and I couldn't dare put those up until we got that mattress up there.
Yeah.
And I got a lot done today because there was that. I got those lanterns hung up, and then my firearm stuff is almost finished now because I wanted to make sure there's nobody in the house to see that I've got food, water, weapons. I kept all that stuff off to the side and hidden.
Nobody coming in and going out and.
Bingo. Yeah. You never know. The movers might be cool, but the buddy they drink with at the tavern might not be cool, and so I'm just keep it.
Yeah,
gray.
that word of mouth, right? People telling stories and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I was helping someone move. They have all this stuff. I saw.
Yeah.
Loose lips sink ships.
Yes, sir, and that is true.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a milestone today because that should be the last unfamiliar person to come in the house. I hope so.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mrs. is waiting to get home to try out the new mattress. She says we might have to roll around on it.
Come on! I knew Bob would bring something.
Hey, if Bob says, "Oops, I got to go buy it," he disconnects. We know what's going on.
Oh, she's waiting for me. I got to go.
Oh, never mind. We know.
Look, she just got home. Oh, she's wiggling her finger at me. Bye, guys.
Yeah, gotta go. Gotta fly, man. Never pass up a good thing. Oh boy, she sure got the This was a cool suggestion from my wife. Was these? I bought these on Amazon. You see these flag? These are triangular shaped colored flags on a streamer, and you see those all over the Philippines where she's from. So,
okay.
Yeah, she sent me a photo of those one day, just and I said, "Do you want some of those?" Yeah. So, got them from Amazon, and well, I'm trying to get color out in the backyard for the winter. Brighten it up, man. It's just it's so dreary here in Seattle. Just ugh. Yeah.
Some yellow, some greens.
Yeah,
Bob.
that's yellow, red, green, blue.
Yeah,
This kind of,
yeah,
I know it's hard to see them through this packaging, but
right.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's one project coming up.
Mm.
You
Bob,
see those?
do you remember a TV show called Here Come the Brides?
Of course. Yeah. Yeah.
That theme song was false advertising, wasn't it? The bluest skies you ever seen
Oh, Perry Como.
are
Yeah,
in
that was,
Seattle.
it was false. When it's summertime, we do get to see the sky, but in the rest of the year,
Uh, well, it's nice to hear that Bob's nice and happy today. I mean, Vernon's not here, but he's so happy.
yeah, I know
Yeah.
Verna Cordon. Ah, she's such a sweetheart. Nice young lady.
If she randomly shows up, I would be like,
Mm-mm.
whoa. I'd be
Mhm.
like,
Shoot, did I do that? Did I do that? Did I get those
Yeah,
numbers already?
yeah, we're going back to the Philippines for the holidays, and I feel pretty confident because the house is never empty here. We've always got somebody in the house, and we got just the best security system now. And yeah, We're gonna go party in the Philippines, man. What a shame.
lucky you. Lucky you.
Yeah, I am. I'm lucky. I know it. Have a blessed life, really.
Ah,
Yeah, that should be a lot of fun. That should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'll be doing some filming here and there. It's so hard to
Mm.
film over there because Filipinos like music and they like it loud.
Yeah. I
They
know.
really do, and it's like, man, I can't film around here because that copyright stuff. They'll get you on it.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Well, hey Gil, remember that time that I about that little thing that I messaged you about, right? Which I resolved later on, right? But I had this like content ID claim. Remember that, Gil? I told you about that, right? I was
Mhm.
just like, I didn't even. It just looks similar, but totally different content. It just the layout looks similar. I like,
Yeah.
explained it and all, and it was just like, yeah,
Yeah, I've had
Yeah.
them because going by someone playing music, content claim. It's like,
yeah.
come on, guys.
Yeah.
Well, it's the AI picking it up. It's pick up the music part, the lyrics, right?
Yeah.
Especially if it's loud enough and can be yeah.
Hmm.
And
Yeah, it's one of
and if it's even close to something where it could be a totally different song that is free, but AI goes, "Oh, that sounds like this one. Copyright strike."
Yeah, that's true.
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
I saw
I thought,
one musician. He plays a guitar, and he was playing, popular songs on his acoustic guitar on YouTube, and he got nailed again and again and again. It's like, come on, it's not the original, but it sounds enough like it to where the AI grabs it. That's a
oh yeah, the
shame.
beat. Yeah, I think one
Hmm.
of my other subscribers had issues with that. It sounded like something, and I'm like, no, it's just the first couple beats, right? And it just totally changes.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I know that's why I'm very iffy about the audio. My opinion.
Yeah, for me, I try to just stay away from it. I've thought of adding music to my videos and things like that, but it's like, man, yeah, just
Like I
keep the
know
video
YouTube.
short.
Well, see here on YouTube there is an audio library, but well, there's
Yeah.
certain some of them do have certain requirements. You're supposed to put attribution in and stuff, but I
Hmm.
think it also says that you're only supposed to be using this audio in YouTube. You're not actually supposed to be using this audio per se, unless otherwise stated in our platforms, our, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why I've been trying to find better sources for it and stuff like that. I mean, sometimes you get that uh it's not a copyright strike, but
Uh,
it's
yeah.
people are not get paid for it kind of deal. I'm like,
Yeah. I would
or
think
something like that.
a strike is what you don't want. A claim is
Mhm.
just like, come on, what a
Yeah,
pain in the
yeah,
butt.
yeah. Because usually you would get them when you're uploading. You'll get that check in there if it's
Yeah.
in there right away.
Right.
Yeah.
What was weird is I found some music that was copyright free. I used a bunch of it in my in the early days, and then about a year and a half later, it's copyright started popping up.
Yeah.
And it's like, whoa, this is copyright free stuff, blah blah blah. Oh, someone copyright, and someone who wasn't the owner of the music copyrighted it.
Yeah.
And so I had to have you go through and have them, you know, silence that minute and a half of the video in the beginning, where I had those slideshow going, and they silence it all. And then about a year later, the person won the copyright claim against the fake guy claiming it, and YouTube said, "Oh, all these were has been resolved. They're no longer no longer claims against your videos. Like, they're already gone.
Mm-hmm.
What, are you going to put the music back now?"
Thanks.
Yeah, I know. Well, there's another oddity too. Was when I was over in Makati City in the Philippines in 2012, I uploaded a couple of videos with original soundtrack. You know, I could take it off of a CD or DVD or whatever you want to call it and put it on my videos, and it sat there for years. One was a Gordon Lightfoot song, and another one was a Depeche Mode song. That was in 2012. And I think the IP address was overseas. So they sat there unnoticed for years and years and years and years. And then years later, I checked my strikes and all that and went, what the heck? So I had to private a couple of videos to just get around it. And I still watch
actually,
them. But,
you didn't have to private. All you had to do is go whatever is limited or unlisted or whatever.
Unlisted.
Unlisted, and that way, unless someone has the link, they can't find it, and you still get to keep all the watch hours from it.
Mm-hmm. I just
thought that was
put them
different.
on.
Are you
I
sure,
just put
Joe?
them on
I thought
private.
That was different.
I put them on private,
unlisted.
And those were on my playlist, my music playlist.
Because I know for private you don't get the watch time.
No.
Yeah, I thought that was for the unlisted too. Now.
No. Not unless they recently changed it, because I have an email saying, you can put stuff on unlisted. You can send out the link for it. People watch it. You get credit for it and everything else. And they will play ads on it still. If you're monetized, so you still get all that. It's just that everybody can't see it, and you don't have to worry about I'm not sure if any more claims go on it or not, but it's because it's listed as unlisted. But yeah.
Okay. See, this is why I try to get original content or stuff I know for sure should be good to go.
Yeah.
Because if you're gonna deal with that with 20, 30 videos, it's just like, oh great, now I got to spend the whole day doing this.
What's interesting is some of the big channels I follow, like Stony Ridge Farmer and Arms Family Homestead. They've already done a lot of the legwork for me. They found music, and I guess some of the music is from YouTube, from their vast things you spend 3 days going through just trying to find the one song you like, and they put it on their videos, and it says YouTube whatever. It's saying well, YouTube approves it. I just sample it off their video and slap it on mine. I've had no problems because it's approved already.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Penny Pinching Prepper, I just connected with you. You're a fabricator. Right on, man. Right on. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but right on.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, I visited his channel. I actually found him through Farmer's Son.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, so nice guy.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, what I did after I did the lanterns and the video and I've got H harness for my firearms and magazines and stuff like that, pistol belts, and I was able to hang those up on a wall on racks, for easy reach. Don't have to go digging around in a closet to try and find that stuff. It's right there, bang,
Yeah, it's convenient, right? So it's just like you can see, you can find it in the dark. That's how convenient.
Yeah, exactly.
You know where it is.
I know exactly where it is. Yeah, I don't have to step over, dig around, find it. It's right there on the wall. You know.
Yeah, yeah. Well, because I always figure if you lose power, if the lights go, like it's dark, it's nighttime for most of us right now. If the lights go out, it'd be pitch black probably, right? And
Hmm.
like most people know their places or whatever, but if you got stuff on the ground, say
Yeah.
kids, toys, I mean, you step on something, it's like, oh, great, now I just stepped on something, and then the next thing you know, it's just like
Bingo.
nothing. Like,
Yeah.
wow, yeah, I just like,
And being at my age, I don't want to take a fall.
Yeah.
You know, and break my
yeah,
wrist because well, when you get over 55 and you break a bone, you're going to have a long time to recover, and I'm
Yeah.
trying
Tell
to
me about
prevent
it.
that. Hmm.
I let's see if I can put it up here. Get my foot up here. I don't know if you can see it dark. My little toe. It's all dark and
Yeah.
bruised.
Oh yeah.
I stubbed it last night and I broke it.
Ow. Ow.
oh,
Oh.
Yeah. So basically, it broke right up in here on my little toe. That
Uh-huh.
was the bone up there,
Yeah.
and because it just started just a little line, and then it just overnight it just spread, and then but now it's starting to go back down again. So,
Ow,
but yeah.
man. That's like having a
So
sore thumb. Sticks out like a sore thumb, you know? I mean,
well,
it really, you hit
I've
it
been wearing the
everything.
slippers all day today,
Uh-huh.
and I didn't even go outside at all today.
oh
Reminds
wow,
me, I forgot to go out and bring the garbage can in, but oh well.
Yeah.
oops,
So it's a yeah, but fortunately, it's not the first time I've broken that toe either. But so
uh,
it's just okay, we're gonna reheal here.
Yeah, it takes a while after 55, man. It
Yeah,
takes a while.
yeah,
yeah, you
No,
don't heal like you used to.
yeah,
no, no. In fact, I remember learning years ago that senior citizens, when they get over 70 around there, if they take a fall, that can kill them. You know,
Mm,
like if they break a bone, that can kill them.
mm,
They
oh,
once they go down, they don't get back up again. You know, unless you've got some really intensive physical therapy and rehab to come back and bring them
yeah,
back up onto their feet. It was like, wow, I didn't know that. You know.
oh, okay. See, this is why I'm a big proponent of having ice cleats or crampons and stuff like that for the winter time.
You know it.
Because I've seen
Yeah.
it. But one of my friend's mom, she broke her leg from
Hmm.
ice,
Yeah. I've got
and
some
she's
right over there.
probably around your guys' age, right?
Yeah.
Or around right their grandparents themselves, right? I'm like, yeah, she's walking,
yeah,
but it's probably not the same anymore, right?
Uh, yeah.
Right. It'd been
I've got
different if she was 20 or whatever, but she's 50 older, right? So it's just like, yeah.
yeah, I've got a pair that will go right over my shoes, and the ones I found were roofing cleats. You
Oh, okay.
know, construction grade, and they're heavy and they're clumsy, but hey, I've used them before because when I was working
Well,
at Boeing, it was almost a mile walk from the parking lot into the hangar. And yeah, you know, even though they put salt down in the pathways and the sidewalks, still I put those
yeah,
things
well,
on
it's
and
just that one spot. You hit it with your toe, and it's slippery because
hmm
there's no salt there, and then you slide out. The next thing you know, you're on the ground. Yeah,
yeah, down
and
you go, Clyde.
yeah.
I'm gonna have to get into
What?
my sports bag because I have a pair of baseball shoes with the big steel cleats on them.
Yeah, those would be better than just regular shoes. You bet they would
Yeah,
grab on. You know.
yeah. But fortunately, here with the new cement I got around here, um, in the back here when it snowed on it and everything, because I poured it with a little bit more tilt than what the old patio had,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I didn't have everything coming off the roof because I have the gutters on there now, and with heat tape, so all the melting off the roof is going down and out. Nothing was coming down onto the patio, so it was like I go out there, I sweep it off, and it's like boom, no ice. Whereas before that stuff would come off the roof and melt and
Uh-huh.
splatter and freeze, and
Yeah, I get it.
I probably went through like 50 pound bags of salt last year, trying to keep the walkway from the back door around to the truck clear,
Hmm.
so I wouldn't slip.
Yeah, yeah. Because to me, wintertime means that. 'Cause,
Mm.
yeah, when you no, because I remember, and I've shown this as part of a live stream. The next day after I sprained my wrist, I almost sprained both wrists. I was just
Oh,
like, yeah. It was, I mean, obviously it's not a broken bone, but I mean the pain's still there, right? So it's yeah, and that was from ice. So yeah.
No, Gray, no, I haven't. You put the socks on the outside. I've heard of people doing that, but some of the people I've talked to say it works only for a short time because after you walk through, it starts to pack up with the snow and ice, and it starts to freeze itself. So, like if you got to get out of your car and go into the house, yeah, you slip them on. They say you can get in the house, then you got to take them off, throw them in the laundry room, and to go in the dryer to dry out.
yeah. My brother-in-law, our house over in the Philippines, there's no ice over there, of course, but
Of
he
course,
had
lucky you.
he got a contractor over, and there was a section next to the house where the stray cats found soft dirt. And they were
Ooh,
pooping all over that. And dude, those flies hatch out in that tropical heat like that. And nasty. So the other day he got a contractor in there and he poured that all with concrete. It's like, yeah.
yeah. That's about one of the times you need to plant some catnip elsewhere.
Yeah, yeah. Well, heck, I tell you, Gil, I went around, I had a spray bottle with vinegar and I sprayed the soil with vinegar to try to keep them from, but nothing worked, man. Once they found that soft dirt and they just kept coming back and coming back. And, you little freaking communists, man, little criminals.
Yeah. The only thing I found that will work on it, and you got a container of it, is that pepper spray stuff. You just soak the area.
Yeah.
When they try to dig it, all of a sudden it's like, ow, 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 ow.
Mm-hmm. You know what I did
Okay.
For a pesky neighbor's dog? I found the answer to this on YouTube of all places, of course. He was pooping right next to our door in the old house. So I got a great big jar of cayenne pepper and sprinkled it all over where he was pooping. Man, I saw him one day. He was, how they always smell the ground before they take a dump or pee. And he went, uh, uh-uh. Yeah, go poop in your own yard,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna bring up something real quick here. See, this is why don't keep your hands in your pocket in the wintertime.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
No, because if you keep your hands in your pocket, like I know people do that because it's warm, right? But when you do that, if you fall, you're probably gonna. It's one thing to sprain your wrist, but
or break an
your
elbow.
shoulder. Yeah, right. That's probably gonna be worse.
Yeah. Plus, if your hands out, sometimes just by throwing your arm out, you can regain your balance before you go all the way down.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just that counterweight, right? The
Yeah.
way people that do tightrope walking or figure skaters and stuff like that, how they control their balance.
Of course, the total foot gone ain't gonna help you. All you can do is slap it down and try not to hit the back too hard.
Yeah. See, one thing I've been trying to do too is actually make a fist when I do that. If I have to do that, because if you land on your palm, because usually you're walking when you slip, and because you're not crouching, if your hands don't pull back, right? So that's where it's not hurt. Because I actually slipped the other day, and I'm like, oh, thank goodness I had my hand in fist. I didn't actually have an open palm at that time.
Ooh, shoot.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, it's time for me to go to bed.
All right.
It's that time.
Thanks for joining me, Gil.
Sure thing. All right. See y'all later.
Later. So, do you have a topic tonight, CR, or is this just a free for all?
Well, it's not totally a free for all. It's not. Remember,
Okay.
it's not quite Friday, Bob.
I get it.
Just saying.
Yeah.
I know you're
So,
being good. You're being good. You're being
oh
good.
yeah, well, I'm being good.
Uh,
Uh,
I will
uh,
say
do-
something. I would say something if you were out of line.
oh, sometimes I get out of line, yeah. But what have you been working on as far as your preps going? Any projects in the work?
Well, I think one of these things that I've been trying to get better at is because like anyone can acquire gear, right?
Right.
But sometimes you have to organize it. You need well, I guess a word I can use is where I can deploy it fast, right? Because I think it's one of the things to have gear or whatever, have a first aid kit or whatever, but sometimes having speed is nice, right? You know,
Yeah, absolutely.
10 seconds it's out, all right.
Hmm.
Versus, hey, wait a second, it's at the bottom of it. I think because a lot of the times it's one of those unwritten rules with like a type of go bag or whatever. It's like, oh, have the first aid kit more accessible, probably not at the bottom of the bag behind everything.
Hmm.
Shouldn't take more than like 10 seconds. If it takes longer than 10 seconds, it's not fast enough. Or you have it buried too far.
Yeah,
Like
I
I
hear
can
you.
understand it's not always like right at the side or right at the back. Maybe one pocket open and you can get it. Okay, that's not so bad. But I've seen other times where I'm looking at bags or videos like that. I'm like, this seems a little deep. Are you sure you can get it out within 10 seconds?
Yeah.
Right.
That is difficult when you have a large backpack
Hmm.
because you've got to take everything out to find that one item, then put it all back in, and that
Oh yeah, the top drop, the top loading of the bag.
yeah. Hmm.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, yeah. Because that's one of the things I've started to learn more from experience. Like I've seen it in videos, and there is a popular channel that went through this too, and it's like I went through this too because I used to have a first aid kit that was like just almost like a dump pouch, right? I hated it was so annoying. It's just like, oh, I have to grab the scissors that are at the bottom, right? So I went
Oh
for
yeah.
a more organized kit. I
Uh-huh.
can't
Uh-huh.
store as much because it's more organized, but it's more organized, so it's more the deployment's faster because I could just hey, uh, you know, my
Hmm.
buddy's like hung over from the next day. Oh, he needs a painkiller. Okay, here we go. Right,
Uh-huh. I
two
hear you.
seconds. Right, yeah. So to me, I've been learning. What's one of those things? It's like anyone new out there getting into it. It's just like yeah, you want your stuff quick. So when you do use it, it's actually not a hassle. You don't.
Hmm.
Oh, hold on, give me a minute to pull this out. No, no, you know exactly where it is too, and you know,
Yeah.
and you're more
I under
likely to use it. You're more
hmm.
likely to use it, right?
Yeah, I get it. I
Uh,
get it.
yeah.
So, have you been getting new bags and things like that
Well,
to put your gear in?
just working with what I have right now, right? I think
Okay.
like yeah, it's nice to have the money and such to buy your way out of stuff, but sometimes
Hmm.
there's certain little things that money can't buy, like like how to organize, right? Or and stuff like that, or experience, right? Stuff like that, right? It's
Yeah.
so
Well.
for me lately, it's just work with what I do have because if I let's say if I improve on a bag, I can apply that to a different bag, right? The experience or that knowledge or
Mhm.
the skill to a different thing. So it doesn't really per se matter about the gear per se,
Mhm.
but it's the experience and what you learn from it. All right, I think that's important.
Now, I've noticed on your channel, you work a lot with salvage material and make what you need, and
Try.
you do some sewing. Now, when you're going through some thick material, do you use those like sail hook needles, or do you just use a normal needle for that kind of
Well,
stuff?
it depends. It depends what how thick the material is, right?
Uh-huh.
Right. I mean, I've used pliers before, and some other way. Like,
Hmm.
unfortunately, I spent a couple needles. They have a curve in them from me pushing so hard, but
Oh, okay.
yeah. But I mean, but then again, I'm learning by doing it, right? The experience of it. So regardless what kind of needle I kind of know when I'm stitching, or like like back stitches and stuff like that, right?
Uh-huh.
Hi, Lisa. I see you in here, by the way. Yes.
Do you use any specific type of thread? That I'm kind of picking your brain because
Oh no,
I
no, no, that's good. That's cool. That's cool.
yeah.
Well, I mean, it really does depend on what you're sewing up, right? I mean, like,
Hmm.
why you have to sew it up in the first place? Is it a point? Is it for aesthetic reasons? Is it to put on a morale patch or something like that? That's probably you don't, or is it like at the bottom of the bag where it's going to go all the way, or let's say a grab handle that you probably want to put
Yeah,
in.
stuff like that is what I'm interested in.
Yeah, yeah, because I've learned about like for example, if you put webbing on like a grab handle
Yeah.
or whatever, sometimes
Hmm.
you'll see like an X pattern of a stitching, right?
Right.
What I've
Right.
been hearing is that that's not even the strongest. Apparently, like
Really?
a D or a W is supposed to be even stronger.
Well, I'll be
I
darned.
think
I didn't know that.
yeah, yeah. So X is actually not the strongest.
Oh,
Don't quote me on that right now. I'm trying to
okay.
remember it, but don't quote me on that. But there's supposed to be better stitches and stuff like that available. All right.
Well, that would be a good video for you to put up, showing your basically your sewing kit for heavy material.
Hmm.
That'd be something I'm interested in learning about. What kind of thread to use, what kind of needle, where do you start? Was
Well, I've done. See, I'm no expert in sewing, right? I've done sewing when I was younger. I'm
hmm
basically coming back into the sewing part again. I'm reading, all right, rediscovering it, all right.
yeah,
I'm like, oh, I wish I kind of. Why didn't I do this when I was younger? Kind of deal, all right,
I get it. I get it.
all right. Because I've been hand sewing, all right. When I learned sewing, I learned it through a sewing machine, all right.
Yeah.
So I think that's the difference. I think it's the difference, all right. I think if I learned hand sewing when I was younger, I probably would have did it more and such, right? So, because sometimes it really does depend what I'm doing. Like, am I mending or am I actually sewing something together, or like actually sewing a project together, right? Like making
hmm
something from scratch, right? Because mending is totally different.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's always a different. You have to improvise and use what you have and work
I
with the
get it. Hmm.
material. Well,
Hmm.
because rips can be random. Like even in the last resource hole that I showed, yeah, this shirt is ripped straight down, perfectly straight. That's not that bad. But a lot
Hmm.
of the time it's like jagged, cross, got all this stuff zigzag. That's really hard to mend because you got to connect the fabric together, right? I
Hmm.
mean, sometimes some of my mending jokes, I'm like, nope, that didn't work.
Yeah. Mhm.
Where eventually you feel like you need a patch, or you have to um, reuse that shirt or whatever for something else now. It's just too
Yeah.
far gone. You
Yeah.
know.
Penny pincher. That would be a good informational video. To show other preppers how to install a fabric handle onto a piece of gear, because that I'm really lacking in any kind of thing like that. I don't even have any needle and thread. I don't. And
Okay.
yeah,
Oh, goodness.
either one of you guys,
Oh, goodness. It's Courtney.
is that Corky? You
I know.
Corky, you
She's back.
Corky.
See, Courtney, I was just thinking, I'm like, oh, wait, she's not going online. Maybe I'll just go. I wasn't sure at first when I was, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
Courtney,
sound fun.
Courtney made a video today about how she handles her wooden spoons and wooden kitchen utensils and sands them down and uses mineral oil to. I left her a comment.
Oh,
You
you should
sure?
have saw the comment. You should have saw the comment I left her on Instagram. She laughed. Oh,
I said, yeah, you
oh.
you sure know how to handle your hardwood space spoons. You
Come
sure?
on, Courtney. I wasn't even that. I wasn't that bad. I wasn't that bad. I wasn't. That's what she said moment there. At least. At least I didn't go that far. Look at it. She's just like, oh.
Well, I'm that kind of a guy who will go
Oh
there. Yeah.
yeah,
She knows how
yeah.
to handle her hardwood,
Oh yeah. Actually, but on a serious note, I didn't actually realize that you didn't actually have per se sewing stuff per se.
No, I don't. I
I
don't have
well, I
any.
know Courtney. I know Courtney mentioned that she sewed before.
I did
Well,
some. I did some in like high school home economics classes and stuff like that. But
yeah, so did I,
yeah,
right? So did I. But I've
yeah,
been rediscovering it, right? I'm
good.
like,
Yeah.
man,
hmm
I'm like, I should have discovered this 10 years ago. But because I know some you think I'm great at it, but it just took practice, right? I actually had to practice it, right?
hmm
Do it not just by watching a video or listening to it or looking at pictures, but actually,
Certainly.
hey, how can I actually mend this what I have here?
Uh-huh.
Right.
Oh,
That's
penny
where the
pincher. That's
experience came.
penny pincher. That sounds like a good video. How to make a frameless folding cot. Wow. I like guys who can build. I admire that. That's a lot of my channel is like that to fabricate. If you can't find it in the supermarket, make it.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And there's
Courtney, you do.
little.
She likes her wood. She likes her
Oh,
wood.
here we go. Uh,
That's why I like CR because he takes salvage stuff and turns it into something that he needs. That's I
the
admire
best
that
I
kind
can
of.
do, the best I can, right? I mean, sometimes
hmm
it's hard. It is hard, right? If it
Yeah,
was easy, everyone would be doing it, right? And obviously,
hmm
I think it goes without saying, certain tools and stuff do help, right?
they
Like,
do. You bet.
like a
hmm
lathe, a milling machine, a drill press,
Yeah.
and even a simple magnet, right? When you got
hmm
these, it helps it along, right? It helps it along
You
because you
bet.
have the
Yeah.
tools to actually. It's like let's say articles of clothing or pieces of material, right? I'm
hmm
reusing or whatever. Well, I need a pair of scissors or something to
Yeah.
cut with, right? So
hmm
that helps too, right? And somebody needle and some thread helps too, right? See, there is. I haven't dropped this in as a video yet, and I'm not sure if I've ever seen this, but there might be videos on it. But one of these are I've been reusing kite string now as thread.
Nice, man. That's good thinking. That stuff's
Yeah.
very strong. Well, thanks for
Well,
sharing it out, Courtney.
yeah, because I mean, obviously there's probably better, better kite string out there. Obviously, I guess for quality, right? But what I've seen is that usually if I find it, it's quite long, good
hmm
length, and it's free ply. So I just need to pull one out. If I want to use all three for like something heavy duty or whatever, I can. But
Uh-huh.
and of course, it is only available in white, generally speaking, right? Yeah, generally speaking, right? As far as I know, kite string isn't available in a dark color. I always see it as a white color.
Yeah. Yeah.
So so you're not putting it on the outside like a backpack or whatever per se. I mean, I
Yeah.
guess you could use a Sharpie or whatever and just color
hmm
it in.
Did you read what
But
Courtney just said? Courtney and I are kind of fangirls about some serial killers. And Albert Fish,
seriously,
oh, no, no, no. Watch what he did with sewing needles. Albert Fish, did you see that? Ooh, he was a child killer and cannibal. He ate children. And he had an interesting hobby, what to do with his sewing needles.
Bob, remember what I said? Remember what I said? I will interrupt. I will interrupt. You guys out now. it's like it's like what happened to Bob? He's in the basement. No. What happened to Courtney?
I
I
kicked him
don't
off.
know. I don't know. I don't know. As long as we don't make it the main subject.
No,
As long
no.
as we don't make it, yeah. I tend to be a more happier person.
hmm
Yeah. But yeah,
Courtney.
Bob. I was gonna say, Bob. Yeah, that's cool. Cool that you, even at your age, you still want to learn it.
Oh, sure. That's
Yeah,
what life is. Hey, man, the day you stop learning is the day you start dying.
yeah,
That's a fact.
yeah. I guess that whole what's that say? Yeah, you can still teach an old dog new tricks.
Yes, sir,
I
you
guess
can. Hmm. That's the way I look at life, man. You got to learn something new every day you can.
keep it fresh. All right,
Hmm.
keep your
Yeah.
mind focused. Well, keep your mind
Uh-huh.
focused too, right? Because
Yeah.
you know when you don't have something to do, boredom, right? It's like
Yeah.
I don't usually say I'm bored or
Hmm.
bored or I get bored, right? I find
Yeah.
something to do,
Me
whatever
too.
it is, because if you because cabin fever, right? You always think of it as cabin fever, right? Well, I don't get cabin fever. The only way I would get cabin fever is there's nothing around. I'm in the middle. There's nothing around. The room's empty,
Yeah.
and I can't get out. I'll
Yeah.
find something. I'll find something. I'll
Hmm.
find something.
I never
Even
want to
when
be
I
in
was
that predicament. Yeah.
no, because even when I was younger, I was just like literally, I had paper toys, like origami.
Sure.
I like little
Hmm.
frogs and stuff like that. So like I made something out of it. Right. It's been a while since I've done it, but I was just like, I still remember that. That's just like I had a little like accordion papers, little
Hmm.
all this other stuff. Here's a paper airplane.
You
you
bet.
know, yeah. So I mean, I made it work, right? Because I remember my friends' kids. I was just chilling with them for a little bit, waiting for their parents to come back, right?
Hmm.
Because they just went to the store real quick. I was just like entertaining them with like a paper airplane. It was like, oh, you guys are back. Oh, nothing.
Yeah.
I just threw this paper airplane. They just played around with it because they
Uh-huh.
never seen it, right? They never seen that, right? Personally,
Yeah.
at their age, right? It's like when someone's new or you haven't seen it before, it's like, oh, I want to play with that. I want to do that, right? Because it's different, new, right?
Uh-huh. Makes
You
sense.
know, they had their tablets, their phones, and all this other tech stuff, but it's just like they're just playing, throwing the paper airplane around for like 20 minutes. I'm like, yeah, this is what it. That's good. That's good. You know.
Little tree ornament right there, making it, you know, yeah, tree ornament.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm making some weird stuff, man. I'm a weirdo. I'm, making weird stuff for the new house, outside. Outside is mine. I can do whatever I want to. Yeah.
mm, yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure sunflower. Like I know you asked me that question before. I've never sewn leather stuff yet. Yet. I
Let me
mean, I
check
know
in.
other people. Yeah, I've never done that before
Let me
because I
check
think they
in.
have like a rip in the sofa or whatever. I'm like, I don't know. I'm not good. I'm not. I have no experience with that. So because it's one thing to sew like men stuff or sew stuff like fabrics or whatever because it's more forgiving, but our stuff like a couch or whatever, you can't make a wrong hole, right? Because you can't undo it. So that's why I don't really touch that stuff because it's unforgiving. And it's just like if you make a mistake, you make a mistake. All right, so something like
Mhm.
that you would have to plan ahead, really, really carefully, know exactly where you're putting each hole. See, when I've learned about sewing, is like as long as you have good hand-eye coordination to a certain degree, you probably can do it. Like I can understand people that can't hold the sewing needle or whatever because of arthritis or whatever. Like
Yeah.
I've learned so many like for example, Bob. See what these are these needle threaders and all that stuff. There's right. Oh, wet the tip um the thread or
Yeah.
I've even heard about like nail polish. Right. What I say is if it's synthetic thread, let's say nylon, I just and I have a hard time threading it, I just use a lighter. Really, I just
Okay.
kind of well, what I do is I melt it and I just pull it so it's like it has a tip, almost like feathering it out. Right, I thin it out. I can and because it's now this only works with like nylon synthetic type of material thread, right?
Hmm.
Obviously, this is not gonna work with cotton or whatever or wool, but it basically makes a point, and you can thread your it into the needle, and it's just like
I
seems to
just
work, right?
someone was asking in the side chat about upholstery repair kits. Look on Amazon. There's a bunch
What?
of a bunch of different kits for upholstery repair kits. Yeah, all kinds of stuff on Amazon. Some
No,
of it's
not
pretty
that.
affordable too. Yeah. Yeah.
I
Hello,
GP.
Guardian.
You
Hmm.
want to join me, GP? You want to join? Oh yeah, I got lots of time. What am I thinking? I got lots of time. I thought I was like, am I 3 hours in? No, not even that. Not even 90 minutes. I was like looking at like,
He is an eloquent speaker. Great speaker. GP is a great
oh,
speaker.
oh yeah, he's got away with words.
Oh yeah. Hmm.
I can't just wing it like that. I can't usually just wing it like that. Usually I oh okay, it's all good. I usually have to kind of write things down and sum it up
Mm.
because I tend to use the wrong words or repeat myself too much. One of the two.
Well, I'm a good mechanic and fabricator, but speaking, I'm not that good at it. I just can't get the words to come from my brain to go across my mouth. I have difficulties sometimes, but I manage.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm something like that too, Bob. Where I'm just like I feel like I can't pull the right words out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, sometimes I can, if I'm really passionate about the whatever I'm talking about. Yeah, I can probably sound like professional, right? But other times
Yeah.
like this right now, it's just like I'm just making up as I go along. You know.
Here, just a second here. Let me get this taken care of here. I'll show you guys some of my weird yard ornaments and tree ornaments I've been making. I buy all the materials in secondhand stores so I can get stuff for really cheap and keeps me busy.
Mm-hmm.
I'll show you some weird stuff I've been making. Okay, just a second here. What? Yeah, like these rings here, the little bead, and then tie it
Okay.
off with some white yarn, just color. You know. Here, just a second. I'll be right back.
All right. Gurney, GP. I'm always thinking that. No, 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 no. I won't use that other CR word. He's right. Like, don't say it, CR. Don't say it. Don't say it. No, I won't say it. I'll just say it the next time I see you on some other channel, stream channel. Oh yeah, see, I knew he would hear it. I gotta let that one ear open, CR. I can hear what you're saying. Oh, okay. Well, it's back. Good.
Yeah,
Uh,
experimenting with yard and tree ornaments. Okay, fabric and yarn and thread. See how that stuff drifts in the wind like that?
I gotta
Very
remember how to do it.
thin
Let's see.
fabric
Where's that word?
and beads
I'm,
and rings and colors and yeah,
I gotta, I'm trying.
mind of a
Oh,
lunatic with tools.
see, Bob, you could tell I don't do the. See, you guys could tell I don't do paddles much because I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot the solo.
Hmm.
I gotta remember that. I always forget about
Yeah,
that.
there we go.
All right,
Yeah.
wait. Okay. Let me slow you. Okay, there we go.
Oh, okay. There we go. Just fabric
People are doing
and
this thing.
thread and beads and all this stuff, all cheap. Really, I mean, I can go to the thrift store and spend $20 and buy enough stuff to keep busy for a week, or more. But this weird stuff like this, man, this eclectic yard art.
Sunflowers is asking, are those wind chimes?
Yeah, they're like that. They drift in the wind. I take
Hmm.
these are like women's hair scarves. You can
Hmm.
buy them $2 or $3 a piece, and there's tons of fabric in them. And then I pull some of the threads out to make them even lighter weight, and they just drift in the wind like this with weird looking beads and stuff and hippie stuff. I'll show you some of my supplies that I gather up. Is like um, I got all my gear sitting right behind me or next to me. It's all aluminum wire. See those skeins of what do you call it, thread. You can, I mean,
Okay.
these whole things cost $1 or $2 in the junk store, and it's hundreds of yards of it. This is aluminum electric fence wire. It's lightweight and it's very affordable because it's electric fence wire. It isn't craft wire. See, it's just a matter how they label it. But there's another spool of it right there, and then behind me is all my supplies, yarn, scarves, all different things like that.
Well, if you
Yeah.
get into sewing more, that'd be
Uh,
like
right.
that's a lot of projects.
Bingo. That's why I was asking you. How do you do that stuff? And I make these
I
little
mean, remember,
streamers like this. See how they drift in the wind? That's just from an electric heater fan, and these things swing and drift in the wind. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a weirdo. No, in fact, I know I'm a weirdo, and I'm proud of being a weirdo.
me too, Bob. Me too. I don't want you feeling left out. I'm weird too. Okay.
James Ortiz, yeah. See these scarves, women's scarves. You buy them in secondhand. Like I like the real colorful stuff. Like this one was made in India, and I just cut it up and go to work on it.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
P2E and sunflowers are enjoying it.
Yeah, I've got some others out in the yard right now. I made big rings, they're kind of like a dream catcher. There's several of them out there in the backyard. I made them out of this really big, heavy electric fence wire. This is 12 gauge, and
Okay.
my dream catchers are about that diameter right there. And yeah.
Yeah, because now just a quick off-topic thing. Penny Pinching was asking if you worked for bowling. I'm like, yeah, he said that before.
Yeah, son, what I do is I've got a milling machine and precision tools so I can drill concentric rings and things like that. And
Yeah,
how
you
I
have the gear, the
yeah,
machinery to help you do it, right?
well,
Obviously,
yeah,
it's harder to do without it.
yeah, but here's how I'm going to make some wind chimes right here. And I made some like this and sent them to my nieces in the Philippines. But these um, these rings it was what $3.99 for all three of these,
Uh-huh.
and I put adhesive between the two pieces and then put it on my rotary machine, and I can drill concentric holes in these and then make whatever I want. I was thinking
Yeah.
about making some of these and using some of those wind drifting ornaments, and it would look pretty kind of cool, you know.
Sunflower is asking, what's a milling machine? I'll look
Oh,
it
I can turn my camera around for you.
up. Yeah,
Yeah,
he'll
it's,
show you. He'll
uh,
show you.
that big tool right there is a milling machine. It's for drilling precise holes because you see the table down there slides, and you can line up your holes exactly where you want them. And
So you get a perfect straight line down 90 degree, or at an angle, I guess, if you want to.
exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Right.
then I got
Yeah.
a little lathe right
Try
there
doing that
too.
without that. Right. Trying to make a straight hole without
Oh
that. It's
yeah. Y-
mo.
Yeah, you can do it, but boy, it takes a lot more work,
Yeah.
measuring and
Yeah.
yeah. And I
Yeah.
got a rotary table that's a precise machine that
Mm.
sets up all the angles exactly where so I can get real concentric holes around any ring, so it looks cool. But that's my
Yeah.
plan is
Precision increments. Yeah.
yeah.
Hey,
And
hey, James, I gotta
yeah,
use that word. I gotta use the word increment. I gotta use that word now. I gotta use that word.
yeah,
Inc-
increments. Yeah.
I know. I gotta use that
Another
word.
another real fancy word is um concentric.
Oh,
Yeah.
all these CR
Uh-huh.
words I gotta start using.
Yeah.
I gotta start using them.
Concentric.
Like,
Yeah.
I gotta use these words. I gotta
Uh,
bring these words into a video or
but
stream. Oh my.
well, I can make 3 wind chimes out of these for $4. You know.
Some photos asking if you got the videos for these.
Yeah, yeah. Look on. I have a playlist called Art Supplies. A bunch of stuff that I made for my family over in the Philippines, and I made some of those. And there's all kinds of little bits and pieces that I made, and I boxed it all up and shipped it over to the Philippines to my nieces because she sells plants. And I noticed that when I was there, she would have to keep continually buying nylon cord, and her pots are uh, soda bottles, and I made it so she could make chains. I made a whole bunch of parts and rings so she could make chains and reuse the chains and not have to continually buy. But yeah, just look at my playlist. This is called Art Supplies.
I gotta remember it's 942.
Yeah, Bob 9 space 942. Yeah.
Oh, there's. I guess I'll have to drop in a link. I thought my moderators were not helping, so I didn't have to do
Oh, okay.
that. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I don't mind. I actually have something open for it. No, I have work too. I'll write it right here.
Yeah, that just takes some of this colorful fabric and make them into streamers. Yeah, it's what I do.
Thanks,
Just
P2E.
sit here and watch live shows and all that, and sometimes a Netflix movie and just work on this kind of stuff right here. That's what I do for time. Spend my time. I'm retired, so I've got the time.
Yeah.
These really I lighten them up quite a bit, and then those drift in the wind real nicely.
Hmm. I see. I see. It's funny. I actually have like sewing stuff right beside me. Because actually
Do you?
earlier, yeah, because earlier I was actually like just kind of just going through stuff, right? Because you were asking me what I've been doing, right? I'm just like,
Yeah,
there's actually a backpack next to me. I just,
right on.
I was, no, because actually one of the little sewing things I'm been thinking about shrinking the container down. So it takes
Oh,
up less room. Kind of
oh, that's
scale, not scaling, downsizing it a bit if I can.
kind of stomach staple it. What do they call that? Lap band. A lap band on your backpack. Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. No, but
Yeah.
I mean, I think you know why people like working with wood or whatever. It's because,
Mhm.
especially when you have tools, it's because you can almost make anything your imagination brings up, right?
Mhm.
I think that's why people like sewing too, or knitting or something like that, because they can create something, right? They almost
Mhm.
like random. Well, I shouldn't say random stuff, but like different things and materials for fabric, thread, or a logo or some designer would bring it together and to make something out of it, right?
A penny pincher, that's exactly what they are. There's three of them for $4. You know.
Mm.
Yeah, don't worry, CR. When you get older and you got more paychecks under your belt, and you can buy more tools and increase your capabilities, it just comes with
Yeah, yeah,
time.
exactly. The tools
Yep,
increase your capability, right?
they certainly do. They really do. They make things a lot easier.
Oh yeah,
Faster
I
and
think
easier.
yeah, like yeah. I mean, like I like hand sewing, but hey, a sewing machine's just that much faster. But however, there's certain times that you still need per se hand tools or do it by hand, just
Hmm.
because you can't get a machine in there or parts to fit. It's
Yeah,
like mending clothes, right? You're gonna do that by hand most of the time. You're
yeah.
not going to be able to like. It's like a pocket. It's like no, I can hand sew it. Like you ain't getting the sewing needle through that on a sewing machine. You can't get it around on the sewing machine or whatever, right? So you got to do
Hmm.
it by hand.
Yeah, do it by hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was picking your brain a little bit about sewing kits and things, because I've got all this fabric and I can make rings in different shapes. I was thinking about maybe making rings and then sew some of that lightweight fabric onto some rings, and
You know,
just experiment and try different things.
because I know in the preparedness community, well, in the bushcrafting community too, because I've seen the videos from those communities and from the sewing communities too. Right there, I mean, like, yeah, a sewing needle for it, yeah, that's a given. But then there's other
Mhm.
little things that's just like more specific. You would see it on the seamstress or tailors or people
Mhm.
that actually do it, maybe even professionally, right? Or for as a
Yeah.
job, right? Where there's certain things like, oh, here's tape measure, right? But I think knowing what you're doing and the experience is probably more important, right? The tools will come in time. The tools may change,
Yeah.
but
It does.
your experience of doing it, all right, knowing how to problem solve, right? Because
Mhm.
when you got to mend something, I mean, that's one thing. Like I said, if it's a straight line, a little 1 inch gap, 1 inch line, all right, that you're gonna mend on side pocket or whatever. That's probably not that difficult for most people to do. Most people that know how to do a simple stitch probably could do that, right? But it's when you have those awkward, oh, here's a zigzag, all right, problem solving. Then you're gonna problem solve it because you're gonna think of it, right? It's not as easy as it seems, right? You got to think about it. It's like, how do I want to connect this? Hopefully it'll work out, right? All this stuff, right? Because
Mhm.
sometimes I'm just like I said, I've tried mending certain things and just like, nope, that did not work at all. It didn't help at all, right? But then there's other times like, oh yeah, this worked perfectly, right? It's just like, yeah, stuff like that. So that's where I've been
Mhm.
learning about the sewing is through the mending.
Yeah, my mom was sure good at mending, but she grew up in the Great Depression, and yeah, you had to know, because they might get a new pair of pants every 2 years, maybe. And life was hard back then. They had to know how to mend socks and shirts and everything. You know.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it, it's one thing if you can buy your way out, but yeah, you're gonna fix things, keep them going for a little bit longer, right? And I just
Yeah,
because
that's how
like
it was. Hmm.
because right now we're in the kind of things are different, right? Like you have high mass production, right? Like
Hmm.
I don't want to throw out this other term, fast fashion, right? It's actually a thing, right? It actually
Hmm.
is a thing, right? But no one cares about sewing or mending is because I'll just buy one. Or you know how sometimes it's like, oh, it's cheaper to buy than to get repaired, right? That's the reason why a lot of these things go out the window, right? Like mending, right? People are
Hmm.
just like, oh, I'll just get a new one, right? I'll just get a new one, right? I mean,
Yeah.
sometimes I look at it, I'm like, it's just pink ripped down, right? Like it's
Yeah.
not even fraying. Right? That's not
Hmm.
so you're gonna buy a new pair of pants
Let's see. I think
because
Mrs. is home. No, not yet.
oh,
Not yet. Not
okay.
yet. I'm looking at the
Okay.
cameras outside. Yeah, and during the Depression, they just didn't have that option of buying new. Nobody had any money, so
Okay.
I wish I would have paid more attention to how she did things, But
No, you know what I mean? I can relate to that too. I'm just like, I mean, I've learned my own things, right? Obviously, right?
hmm
But I'm just like, I should have listened. Oh, well, listen, looked more, right? Right. Unfortunately, that's how you know, you. Everyone always has their regrets in life. It's like I should have listened to someone, the elders more, or learned from the elders, or the older people more. Right.
yeah, I guess even just seeing what mom did, I learned something from it because she used to buy just bulk fabric like that. Oh, the fabric is, she made pajamas for us when we were young. They were nice, soft. It was like a fleece almost. I don't know what it was called, but she made all of her own pajamas for us kids. And just by seeing that done, it's like, by God, somebody can actually do this stuff. Just sit down with a Singer sewing machine and some patterns, and she did it. Saved
Mm,
my mom and dad a ton of money. You know.
I see. I see.
All right, CR. Thanks for having me come up. I'm going to bounce down. Mrs. will be home soon with my cheeseburger,
Okay.
and yeah.
Thanks
So.
for dropping in with me. It was
hmm
actually, it was very nice to reconnect with you and actually know a little bit more.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
I
Yeah, yeah,
appreciate the
yeah.
compliment. Yeah.
All
I'm
right.
gonna I'm gonna bounce down. So I've connected with a couple folks here in the chat, and peace and love to y'all. Take care.
Yeah. Here, Bob.
Bye for now.
All right. So yeah, Sunflower, if you want to join me, you gotta message me first. I mean, of course, now I gotta go find the link again. Hold on. Now I gotta go find the link again. No, wait. Let me know, Sunflower, first. Message me first, and I'll go do it. That way I see it. Let me just bring that back up my side chat here. I just read all this out. All I see is people have to wait. Okay, I'm patient. I'm patient enough. I'm patient. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah. Yeah, it was nice to have Bob here and Gil here. Join me for a little bit of the time. I get to know some people outside their own channel, right? I mean, I know a lot of people out there, they have their private conversations or, what's that called? But it's nice just to get to know people, right? Just ask people. Or as Bob would say, pick your brain or whatever, right? Hold on a second. Like, hold on a second. So I have to, like, grab it again. Oh, yeah, it's weird. Okay. So let me know. I can paste it over to you so far. You like? Just gonna let me know. I'll add you in, but you're just gonna let me know so I can paste it over there. Well, I'm trying to see my. Well, I guess I don't really need it. Well, you know what? I guess I don't really need to charge my phone right now because it's actually at 97. So maybe I'll like walk around with it. I can. Maybe, yeah, maybe I'll share some stuff while I'm here. Let me go into my settings here. Front, back here. You know. Oh, there we go. All right. Hold on. If I actually don't unmute myself, I'm just like I didn't even notice I did it. Oh, you like this one? Because Gilda said it's. I still have the winter theme one up. I don't even know if I still have the winter theme. But anyways, it's all good. So I went for Sunflower here. Wonderful. Like I said, oh, this might actually be okay. Just because bomb since let's see. Like I said, I have something right here. Sorry, there's a glare right there. I got a light source right here. Hmm. I wonder what that is. What does that seem to be? I don't know. You'll have to wait till later. Did I just say all that? Yeah, you did, sir. Yeah. Why is he talking in third person? As I always do. Yeah. So, like I said, I'm working on this one here. Just very basic items. I don't. I don't like. This is not a home sewing type of kit, or one that This is more for travel or on the road or on stuff like that. Maybe even camping out. So, I just need core items, right? I just need to fix it enough so it's workable again. I need to. It's like, for example, here. For example, here over the summer, uh, I actually had a chance to go out camping. Oh, that was nice. I probably even mentioned the story before, but our friends had issues with their camping chairs. You know those camping chairs that you fold up, you put it in to sleep on and stuff. As good as they are and such, right? Oh, let's see. Hi. Oh. Hi, Sunflower.
How?
Anyways, anyways,
Hold on.
yeah. Is anyone still here? Yeah.
Why am I?
It's the 7.
I'll be back.
All right. Anyways, I guess that gives me more time to talk about this story. Well, basically, there was tears from the arm side. The ones on those folding chairs where the pole comes all the way to the top, gives you that back support, right? Or the arms. I think I'm still. Yeah, okay. I think more. Yeah, my headset's dead. My Bluetooth just died on me, so it probably sounds different now. I guess I have to bring the phone closer. Oh, thanks, gear. Anyways, just give me 5 by 5. I'm letting it charge back up. It just the headset just died on me. I'm just like, oh. But basically, the armrest things and stuff like that. Yeah, those tend to be the spots I've seen where it wears out or pulls away from the chair, like rips and stuff like that. So But basically, these were on the back side, like on the backrest side, at the top, like on the top, like on the corners and stuff like that. So it wasn't even that difficult, and there was enough material in there. Like it wasn't like so bad that it's fraying so much. Like, for example, here. Okay, sunflower. Basically, it didn't look like, it was straight like this, maybe a little bit fraying, not even as much as this. And it's just like, and there was enough material to bring it together and stuff like that. Because basically, I had two items with me. I actually brought, it's funny, I actually had the stuff with me, which is funny because I was like, oh, I'm not gonna need this repair kit or whatever, right, for the camping out. And I'm like, oh, maybe I do actually, because my friend's like, CR, can you fix this chair? They're just showing me, and it wasn't just one chair. There was like two. Then someone else asked me, I'm like, you guys are lucky that I had these items with me, so I can fix it up. But basically, I just fixed it up. One of the items that's very useful is these binder clips right here. See, I get a rare earth neodymium magnet. All right, this is why I actually salvage or reuse these rare earth magnets. Let's say from headphones or something like that. This one's a square one. I'm not sure where it came from, but that's why I reuse it. It's actually usually I use them for sewing kits. And I use them on the fridge or whatever, right? But those binder clips allow me to hold something together without actually pinning it. Because sometimes I can't pin it. So that's why I like these binder clips. Really, I sound better. Yeah, but I actually have to hold the phone closer now. Like, when you're talking on a mobile or something like that, or a landline or whatever. But yeah, this is why I like stuff like this. I'm just like, and to me, I mean, I've seen other channels or YouTubers mention it, but I mean, like, it's one of those things I'm like, yeah, I like using it. It's nice because I can hold something together and then hand sew it with using both hands, right? Get some speed, just move down the binder clip a little bit more and such, and just do it, right? Because it's nice to have. Don't get me wrong, it's probably nice to have a sewing machine, all that stuff, right? But when you don't have it, or let's just say you're out in the middle of the woods or camping out, you still got a sewing needle, some thread, well, and some skill, and hopefully 2 hands to use it, and eyes to see it, right, and all that stuff. You can still mend things or repair things to a certain degree. Really, GP. But these things are like so useful. Like stuff like this. I don't know. This is just a small one I have. I have much bigger ones that I usually have the bigger ones here at home for home use. But these small ones will get me by in a pinch, but they're not really meant for anything too thick or too wide. Usually meant for mending purposes, but yeah. And usually, like I said, I usually stick to just a dark color and a lighter color. Usually, I can just get by with something like that. Here's some. Here's right here. Here's some tarred banquine right here. I think this is. See, I'm not sure if I'm in focus here. Twisted. These are my little spools right here. See, a lot of the time I see sewing kits, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with doing it. I always see these bobbins. I'm like, that takes up too much room. It's one thing if you have like a whole box of it, it's at home or whatever. Yeah, that's one thing. But this sewing kit is for on the road, travel with me, right? Maybe it's at home at the time. Right now, obviously it is, but I need something like this when I'm traveling. Lighter in weight and smaller in size. Like I can palm this. Yeah, that's a lot of thread right there. Quite a bit actually. No, sorry, not a thread. I didn't bring my tripod out. So it's one of those things that to me it just made sense. And this is after going through some other ways of storing sewing thread. I just decided to come back to the spool. Came back to this. Some of them are really big fan of spools when it comes to thread or cordage for some reason. I think it's just the way that it rolls off the tongue. I mean, rolls off rolls off. Yeah, that was bad. That didn't roll off the tongue as well as I thought. But this is why I like it, because it's, I mean, it takes a little bit to wind it on, right? But I can easily just deploy this too. Remember when I said to Bob about deployment, right? So things are faster, right? I used to actually do this in a different way. It was skinnier. Like I laid flat more the thread, and the thing is, I've seen that it's some of those sewing kits where it's like using a piece of cardboard to wrap the thread around. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that per se, but one of my big things I don't like about it is that it's cardboard, right? It's a cardboard type of way of holding the thread. If it gets wet, you might have issues. For example, right? And because it's that cardboard thing, I actually did try making one from plastic to avoid that cardboard issue or whatever, right? Or with water. I just it one of those experiences where I was like, yeah, it's fits in a wallet or something like that, but the deployment's not as fast as I would like. And not only that, wrapping it around it actually takes longer compared to something that's round, like pen, like a log, cylinder type of shape. That's my phone. Okay. So this is why I went towards a spool method like this. So, and that just came from actually just doing it. Because like I said, I tried that flat approach. I'm just like, I just didn't like. It takes too long to put the thread onto that and to remove it. That's why I just back to the spool version. It rolls easier. It's just actually just easier. And I'm like, yeah. Yeah, but penny pinching. The reason is that has a fixed. It's not. It's How do I say? It's wider. I know what you're talking about. I know those because, like I said, I've done sewing in the past. Because yes, I'm familiar with those. However, with that said, that has to be purchased to a certain degree. It might be given to you or whatever, right? And I don't even know, even the fabricators out there. Do you know can you make that, right? Or you don't even have enough, right? Right. Let's say you got different colors or whatever, and then there's other things like the tar bank line, right? That some the bushcrafting community or the preparedness community might have with them, right? Or even like let's say braided fishing line, right? I probably would not sew with monofilament. Yeah, I would avoid that. That's probably not gonna be a great experience, but because the memory effect of the monofilament and stuff like that. But oh, sorry, Sunflower.
Hello.
Sorry. Sorry about that. I don't know why I don't hear some of the stuff at times. Or maybe I was talking and I didn't hear it. Sorry.
Yeah, that's it.
So everyone, this is Sunflower here. Welcome. Thanks for taking the time to drop
Thank
in. I
you.
appreciate it, my friend. So yeah, sewing. Like I wasn't even planning. This is I wasn't even planning to stream. I wasn't planning to do this, yet I am here. And now, from Gil to Bob, now I got Sunflower here up with me, and I'm still talking about sewing. So that seems to be what's going on. And I just made a pun with all those words. So for anyone that wasn't paying attention earlier, you said something about knitting, Sunflower, by the way.
Yes, I have to go back to doing it. You're tired of hearing me talk about it. I have to actually do it. My mental issues stopped me from doing it. I
Start
have
simple.
to.
Start simple first, right? It's just like a project that maybe you can do in like 15 minutes, right? Something that doesn't take too long to do.
Well, I don't know how long it'll take. I
Well,
start.
I mean, it depends what you're doing, right? I
I
mean,
started
like,
in September,
hmm
and I cast it on. That means you have to make loops. But the problem is, I did a long tail cast on, and every time I do it, I make it way too long, and I can't measure it out properly. And I kind of sort of got rid of Facebook, and then I'm like, oops, I need the group to help me. So I had to re-sign up to Facebook, and now I feel better mental health. So tomorrow I'm going to message them, ask them to help me how to figure out how to measure, because it's easy to rip it out. It meaning you frog it because I said rip it out, get it, rip it, and so that's why it's called
I
frogging.
can't believe you just hopped into that one.
But that's what the knitters call it. Anyways, and I'm going to start again, and I'm actually going to make myself do it because what's the sense of having all this stuff? And I'll feel better if I do it.
Well, you gain confidence, like I said, Sunflower. You gain confidence by the experience, right? You get feel confident about it, and if you help someone out or whatever, make a couple bucks or whatever, I mean, like it'd be even more beneficial.
All right, and it gets your mind off of stuff, but you can't use it as an excuse. Like I still have to be an adult and job search.
hmm Or all this stuff, right? Just kind of just do it, right?
Right, 'cause I spent a good amount of money, and I have because I
Yeah.
used to get box subscriptions for like years. And then I'm like, why am I buying if I don't do? And that was part of my
Oh yeah, I know.
and that
Yeah.
was part of
Okay.
my
Okay.
mental health problem. And I get jealous of
Are
all
you
the
talking about the knitting or the crocheting?
no, I don't have I have crochet needles, but I never bought any crochet well, that's not true. The kits that I have are knitting and crocheting, meaning the patterns you can do either or because the lady felt that's how she could grow a business because usually the mail-in kits are either specific to run craft and she
hmm
decided to do both to let people decide.
Okay. Okay.
But I don't know how to crochet. My grandma tried to
I
teach
could. I
me.
mean, I've braided before, but I actually I probably could learn it. I just need to take the time to like know the basics and see if I can do it
Right,
without the hearing it, seeing it, or looking at pictures, right? Or it's in my
exactly.
muscle memory, right?
That is exactly why you practice. And then eventually people will do it. Like, for example, there's this lady I follow. She immigrated. Well, I used to follow her. She immigrated from Poland. I forget what her name is. Ola,
hmm
maybe. But she's a crocheter that does stuff that can get in a museum.
Oh wow!
It's not necessarily practical. Like, she
So it's
decided,
more on the way of like artistic
yeah. Like
versus a practical craft, right?
right. Like for example, she once made a crocheted chair, meaning she covered her chair. But this lady, like you were saying, muscle memory.
Mhm.
This is why I brought her up. Sh when she crochets, like if she was doing it in her apartment, according to her, she would be watching movies. So when people would ask her, how long does it take you to do something? She would tell you by how many movies she watched. Because she would be watching a movie and crocheting. So she would be staring at the movie, but she just knew what she was doing because she'd done it too many times.
Well, yeah, it's muscle memory, right? You don't.
Hmm.
It's just like some of the braids or some of the other things you people can don't even have to look anymore, right? It's just muscle memory, right? You just gotta make sure you do certain the procedure. As long as you do procedure right, it should turn out right.
My mom could do that. She liked to watch TV and she could do both. But I think the one time I called her doing it, she was knitting. So I tried doing it because I'm like, if my mom could do it, I can do it. And then I screwed up a number of times because it was too actually hard.
Well, you were just inexperienced.
Well, no, that's I know. I was able to do the stitch, but because I was watching what I was watching on TV, I kind of lost count.
Oh yeah. Well, it comes back to the procedure again, Sunflower, right? You're forgetting. It's like, oh, I actually have to do this step first all the
I
time.
probably could have counted during the commercial break. But yeah, if I do it like on a daily basis, maybe I would be able to do it. I
Hmm.
don't do it enough. Like I don't know why, cuz I actually enjoy it when I do it.
Hmm.
And I feel better mental health wise. So I think I'm just going to like it's September and now it's November. Like why should I wait? If I enjoy it, just do it.
Well, see, like I was saying to Bob, and I'll say this again, like when you do stuff like this, it doesn't per se have to be crafting per se, but I mean, actively participating in what your activities or whatever, right? And it's not just per se sitting in front of a TV or a screen and watching, right? You're more engaged, and it's more enjoyment, and time passes by. If you're crafting, you're not getting bored because you can always do something, all right? You don't get that cabin fever. So
That's
like for example, like it's like if you think about like when people wait in line, right? Okay, because Black Friday's coming up, right? Kind of that waiting in line kind of deal. It's actually the boredom that probably gets to the people waiting in line, right? Because I know people got their phones or whatever. Like, how many times can you check Instagram? No one messaged you in the last 5 minutes, right, or whatever. And it's just I know there's music or whatever, right? But then, well, I'm not saying so. Well, maybe people do actually do knit or something. I don't know, but just being able to do stuff while you're waiting, right? Kill, you know, buy um, what's the word? So the time passes by quicker, kind of deal. Instead of just looking at the clock. Because if you think about it, if you're looking at your phone all the time, you're always going to see the clock. It's because it's at the top of the screen, right? You're not seeing your clock all the time every time you're on your phone, right? So I think stuff like that. Oh, like people would probably go with people, with friends or whatever, be able to talk to someone, right? That's why you see people playing cards, right? And that will pass by the time a lot quicker for a person than being on their phone.
Yep, I
Yeah.
agree. And so I'm off until Sunday. No, not Sunday, Saturday. Because Thursday's Thanksgiving and my boss didn't put me enough times this week. That's because probably she likes to have at least one person a day, but I think because of the holiday, we're probably not going to have a lot of work. So, but
Mm.
I'll ask to be put back on the schedule for an extra day. So I figure since I have all this free time and I'm taking off the rest of the week before I go back to job searching, because it makes me very depressed. Um, my economic situation. So I thought
Well,
maybe,
I think anyone can relate to that. Anyone can relate to
yeah,
that.
but the thing is, I have problems as a result. And if I don't push myself to keep going in that direction, I won't get the help that I need.
Okay.
But that's why I'm always like in the back of my mind, because my mental health, I'm like, but then I think I'm using all this fun stuff as an excuse. You see how my brain plays tricks on me?
All right.
But I've been staring at this it's like fat. It's okay. You know what yarn looks like, right?
Yarn, right? Yeah.
It's not that, it's called yarn, but it doesn't look like your traditional yarn. Even though yarn could be the fabric the fiber content of the yarn can be a million different things. This looks like fabric yarn. I'm going to call it fabric yarn.
Okay. Okay.
And I keep staring at it and I'm going, if CR was here, he'd tell me to do it. Come on. And I've been thinking about it like
Well,
all
I would.
yesterday. I'm
I,
like, CR wants me to do this, and I feel better when I do
you know
this. Why
what?
don't I just do it?
You know,
So I'm gonna start
it's
tomorrow again.
it's because Sunflower. Sometimes I try to even persuade people. It's because it always it'll motivate me to want to do something, right? It's like, Sunflower's doing it now. I can up
I
my
know,
game. I
but
can up my game, right? Like friendly competition kind of deal, all right? And improve
it
myself
makes
too.
me feel better. Like when I think about it, it makes me
Okay.
feel better. And then I keep staring at it, going, "Why did I buy all this stuff? It's just wasting money." And 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 since I don't have the means to do other things, it would pass the time. Even I don't think I um have the capacity right now with my talent to make stuff to sell, but I should just do it to see what
But
happens.
what happens if you start practicing it and then next year at this time, it's like,
Oh
wow, I
yeah,
didn't
yeah,
know
for
I
the
made all
future
this stuff.
maybe.
See, I made all this stuff. Want to see? And then people are making you offers. All right,
That's what I'm
then
saying. Right now I
maybe
can't.
I was gonna say, maybe there's a sample or whatever, right? But maybe word of mouth, and then hey, who knows, right?
Exactly. So I think what I'm going to do is give myself permission to do some fun stuff, and then do the serious adult thing. Go to work, try to meet new people, and take care of my health, and get a job, better job. But don't beat myself up, because the problem is with my mental health, it plays tricks on me. And then I think, oh, I'm not doing all the adult stuff that I should do.
Hmm.
It's a very strange thing because I have anxiety. And so I'm going to see, um, because I did some research into anxiety, and I learned, because a lot of people with mental health wonder why they're never motivated. And I learned something because I didn't know any better, that it's not like people, something doesn't happen and then you're like, oh, I'm so motivated. Sometimes you might be like, if you see your friend do something and then you're like, oh, I want to learn, or oh, that looks like fun, can I join? But most of the time you have to dive in and do it, and that gets you motivated.
Oh, so you're saying that kind of you gotta what? That's there's a saying. Sometimes you gotta run before you walk.
Exactly. But all my life I never knew any better. And so since I read that, I decided that tomorrow I'm just going to see how it goes.
Oh, okay, I see sunflower.
Because again, I'm off until Saturday. And so I might as well.
I see.
Because I'm very happy when I do it. And I bring such.
Well, I mean, like I get a lot of joy when I craft or make stuff too, because I think it's because these things add before weren't put together, right? But now they're put together and they're in a useful state. It's just like, I don't, for example, that pouch video that I've shown, right?
The what?
The pouch video that I've shown, which anyway,
I don't know.
anyways,
Did I see it?
I rec- I got the channel on Creator
It's-
Studio open right now, but basically, what I
Is it your channel or some other video?
no, it's on my channel. Oh yeah, my DIY. I just had to bring up the backup the name. The DIY hand sewn homemade couch video, right? I shot them back. Well, put out the video back in May, right? Yeah, that took me over the winter to do, right? Because I did that by hand, no sewing machine, right?
I
But
vaguely
when I
remember.
showed the people, right, they're like, they thought I used a sewing machine, right?
Does that
Right.
make you upset? Like for example, we once told my sister-in-law that the outfit she made looked store bought, and we didn't mean at the time we didn't mean
That should be a compliment, right? If it looks store bought, it looks so good, like it's good enough to sell, right?
that's what we meant. But sometimes when people like the idea of handmade, nowadays people will take offense because the stuff you get in the store is not very well made anymore. You know, because the jobs don't pay well anymore and working poor
Oh,
conditions.
see, Sunflower? See, what you guys don't know, and I guess you would have to listen to this part of the stream to find out. I actually made a smaller version for someone else later on.
The pouch.
Yes, I used the exact same concept in terms of like putting it together, right? It's just physically half the size, right? So it took me less time, but I did that for a friend, right? And then just for them, I was just like, yeah, and it's the same principles, what I've learned, and all this stuff, and I had trim on it, had all this other stuff, right? It didn't have. I did. It only had one pocket because I actually made it for their phone. So yeah, as a way to hold a phone, right? So something like that. But yeah, that's why it makes me happy when they do that, right?
Me too. But I just need to do it.
Well, because like I said, I made it from scraps, right? Now just imagine if I bought real new fresh material or better quality material, it would just turn out better, right? You know, kind of deal.
Yeah.
Because I'm just like, yeah, it didn't take me that long to do. Like I'm not trying to be to my own horn here, but you know, I actually had to like practice doing it and get a rhythm to doing the hand sewing, right? Doing the back stitching or something like that. And like, see, Bob was asking me if I use a curved needle. No, some of my sewing needles are curving because the pressure I put on them. But usually, if I have troubles putting in the sewing needle, let's say because my fingers are oily or whatever, sweaty or whatever, sometimes I'll use pliers to push the sewing needle in. Just kind of poke it through, then pull it to the other side, right? But that takes longer to do compared to doing it with your hands, right? Because I always have to grab the pliers and all that stuff. But, yeah.
So he asked you if you use a curved needle. Did
Yeah.
I hit right?
Yeah.
You can.
I know you can. I know there's reason for it, right?
What I was going to say was, I have with my knitting stuff, not straight needles like sewing needles, but needles that are not knitting needles, but like a needle that is for cable knitting.
Okay.
And some of them are like kind of like curvy-ish.
I see. Okay. You got to do me a favor real quick here. I gotta use the washroom.
All
I've been
right.
holding it for like the last seems like 2 hours.
That's not
Hey,
good.
remember, everyone. I've been doing this stream for like almost like 2.5 hours. And I had coffee, so
That's not good. Doctors told me when you have to go, you just go. That is not good for your bladder.
Yeah, well,
So go
seen.
and I'll be
I've
fine.
had it worse. I've had.
Just do it.
Sorry.
Yes, Penny. Yes, Penny. That's what
Yeah.
that's
Okay.
what everyone in the relationship says. Just do it.
Yes. I'll be right back in a moment.
Yes, Penny. Life is too short to not find joy. But when you have mental issues and you have problems economically, it makes life hard. And then I miss out on doing a lot of things. So most of my days I don't do the crafting that I should. And it's really sad because I have all this wonderful stuff and it's just sitting. And I love to do all these crafts. I know how to cross stitch. I won the best award, the Purple Ribbon Award in 4-H for cross stitching. It was very fun. Actually, Penny, when I was in 6th grade and I taught myself how to cross stitch, then I taught my mother and she helped me. No, not a crochet needle. You mean the crooked needle? The crooked needle I have is for cable. Cable is a technique in knitting. It's like when you do cables, like have you ever heard of a cable sweater? That's why you learn this technique. And I believe if my memory serves me, you put some of your stitches on the cable needle so that it helps the placement of the needle. I mean, the placement of the other stitches, because you have to transfer the stitches you put on the cable needle back, but I think it has to do with placement. I'm not exactly sure how it all works. I just vaguely remember reading. But you don't actually, okay, but see, here's the thing. It sounds like it's all complicated and a lot of work, but the thing about knitting is some people will be like wanting to learn how to do these traditional techniques, but then you don't need a cable needle to knit.
All right, I'm back.
Oh, that stinks, Penny. Can you do any fiber arts, Penny? That's what I prefer. Like for whatever reason, I like looking at fabric, but if somebody said to me, "Cut up the fabric and make stuff." No, I guess because I have to use a ruler and things with math, it's very even if it's so simple as using a ruler, for whatever reason, my brain goes to mush. And so I don't like that. I equate doing things with fabric with measurements and math. But some
You
but
can
somehow
hear me, right, Sunflower?
yes. But somehow,
Okay.
Penny, when it comes to fiber arts, I equate that to nature because then you think about where the animals come from and the farm, and I don't know, just it just seems more my thing. So, like I
See,
try to tell CR, I should
yep.
stop talking about it and start doing.
Well, you know
Again,
what? I'm not really.
again, I can't stop my mental issues from taking over, and that's a huge problem. Well, yeah. So tomorrow we'll see how it
I
goes.
mean, I can only push you so far, right? I
Yeah,
can't make
people have.
you hold a sewing needle in your hand, right? I can motivate
Well,
you
you
so
can't
much.
because I see you virtually.
That's not what I meant. But yeah. You know what I mean.
But in real life, you could. You can technically
Well,
actually do it.
yeah, no, but I think, but like I said, I can only push you so far to do something.
Penny, okay, can you do any kind of crafting things? Like, I don't care what it is. Can you do anything? I mean, some people aren't interested. Like my mommy, she was interested in sewing. And I wanted to learn because I'm like, well, if my mom's not around, meaning if she dies one day, thinking well into the future, because I'm so
Mm.
short that all my clothes need to be hemmed up. And it costs a lot of money.
Well, it's not only that, right? But sometimes you pay someone, sometimes they rush or whatever, or trying to get a lot done, or they're preoccupied or multitasking. It the quality's not as good as you would like.
Oh, that's true because I had my sweater.
Hmm.
Remember I told you about my gray sweater?
Yeah,
I
that's
used
why
to
I'm bringing
sleeve.
it up.
So the lady
I
did it, $8, okay? And I'm like, all right, I'll fork over $8. But the thing is, it unraveled again. And my father said you should take it back. But the problem is, I don't remember when I took it back. I mean, I
Mhm.
when I brought it to her is what I meant to say. And so I would think it's too late. I still have that. I told CR I checked out a book to teach you sewing, but it's like I think if my memory serves me, it might be more for like helping you to mend. So I thought if I
Hey,
taught myself,
that could help you out too, right? I mean, like,
yeah. But my
especially
point is,
yeah.
I thought that if I got a book, I could teach myself, and then maybe I would feel better about myself. I learned a skill. But the problem is, see, everybody listening, I work in a public library, and I'm one of those. I defy the saying, "Don't judge a book by its cover." And I see all these books that attract myself, and because my mental issues need a little tweaking,
Hmm.
I'm back to taking out too many books at once. So I haven't gotten around to actually taking that book serious.
Well, you know what? Some far I know relate this in here to both this and the preparedness part. It's the same thing, right? It's just like, oh yeah, I have this light or this way to make sparks or whatever. I can make a fire. I'm good, right? Have you actually done it? Right? Have you actually done it? Right? It's one thing to have the tools, even the book smarts, right? Kind of deal, right? The knowledge, but have you experienced it? Actually done it with your own hands, kind of deal, right? Put one and one together, right? Because sometimes there's certain things you can only learn by actually doing it, right? The experience, right? Book smarts, knowledge, or can only get you so far.
Well, both. You can make the argument for either way.
Well, of course, okay. But
Wait a minute. Wait 1 second.
okay.
How do you say the person's name that ends in 19? Gear.
Oh, you mean gear grinding?
How do you say it? One more time.
Gear grinding. 19. I thought that,
Gear 19.
I
Yes. 19.
anyways,
G19.
we just call him gear. We just call him gear.
I'm gonna call him G19. You said you can fold a piece of paper, use some scissors, make that paper look like a snowflake. I vaguely remember, maybe this is because all my grandma had, I don't recall, but I vaguely remember doing that with scissors. I mean, with scissors. Instead of paper, we would use a napkin. But that didn't mean it was gonna look like a snowflake. I just decided to cut and see whatever design I would get. Just thought it was
You
fun
know,
to see what you can make.
you probably could do that with a lot of
But the
things,
thing
like part.
is, it really wasn't anything like design. So maybe you could make the argument that it was kind of abstract, but it didn't look like anything. I just like doing.
Well, I'll relate this in because I was talking about this earlier in the beginning of of the stream about editing. Sometimes when I edit, I'm learning about it just by doing it. Just hey, can I actually like how sometimes you have a picture of in mind what the finished product looks like or what you want out of it, and I'm trying to achieve that, right? I'm just like in terms of editing, I'm like, can I actually bring something together and make it look like something really cool, right? And I'm just like,
Huh.
or it's just like the crafting, right? It's like physically, it's just like okay, I kind of know the shape, right, or the size and all that stuff. Can I put it together?
Do you have, when you edit, can you like actually picture the thing in your head? What do you want the final project to look like? Or
To a
product?
certain degree, to a certain degree.
See, now
Like
me, I've always had that. I don't know if it's a problem, just how my brain works. I don't visualize in my head.
don't consider it as a problem. It's just something you haven't learned yet to
Or
do.
maybe it's someone's preference. Like, for
Yeah.
example, what I was saying was, I never picture the things in my head. When I do um like my avatar here. That's not
Hmm.
exactly how I wanted it to come out. But I didn't want to have you wait forever, so I'll fix it for next time. But
Okay, that's fine. Maybe I'll help you with it.
no, I can do it. I just
Okay.
don't think this is perfect enough for what I want. I just I just fiddle with it, and I go, well, what if I do this? How would this look? And then I see how it looks. When it comes to doing these graphic things, I never can picture it in my head. I've
Hmm.
been like that since I was a kid.
See, growing up, I didn't mind math or well, science too. So sometimes I'm more technical about things. Like that's why a lot of times you'll hear me explain it. It's like from corner to corner to corner, right? Or
Because
90-degree angle. It's because that's the way I go about doing it, right?
you
But
have a more computer. I don't know what else,
it,
how else to put it.
it's more
You're
technical,
you're
because
very good with computers, so you have
no,
a.
see, what my teachers used to say to me is like, see, you're very technical. Because I think it's because like I'll use, you'll see like because she saw me using like a ruler to kind of make something abstract, right? By just a bunch of triangles together, and it just I'm trying to remember it right now, but and stuff like that, right? And or even with that hand sewn pouch, right? It's just like just it's a rectangle with straight sides, right? Or something like that. And then I'm just like, yeah. So I see the shapes, right?
Yeah,
You
I can.
remember how it's something?
I don't. I can't picture that in my. No, no.
No,
Mm-mm.
but no. I'm explaining it. Well, it's my channel, so that's why I'm explaining it because not everyone knows that. I always see things as shapes, right? So when because you've seen some of that stuff that I put together for people or whatever, right? And most of the time, not saying all the time, it's from scratch, right? But basically, I see the shapes and how the shapes are put together, right? So like the human body, right? You got a roundness or an ovalish shape or head, you know, like a stick figure, right? And stuff like that. And you just could change the shapes, and then you can get something different.
That's how actually people. Since you said shapes and drawing, because you said stick figures, because I work in the library, as I was saying before, people, and every once in a while I look at drawing books because I'm like, oh, I admire people who can draw, and
So you know what? You know what?
and
I'll
me,
I admit my drawing skills are not that great compared to other people's. Like
okay.
even when I was growing up in school, right, there was a lot better drawers than me, right? I think it's because I can't quite do it like that. I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying I can't draw at all, but compared to some other people, right?
Well,
You
what
know
I
what?
was going to say was, because you mentioned shapes and stick figures, that I always used to think, like, one time I learned in school, we had to crush a aluminum pop can, and then we
Okay.
had to draw based off the contour. And I could do that very well. And then we painted it. But and I never understood how people drew people, the body proportions and whatnot. And when I looked in a very good art book, maybe like an art book that a high school kid or an adult might use, when it
Mhm.
comes to drawing people, they actually draw just shapes. So it's not just an oval head. The arms,
Okay, I made it a little bit more
ovalness,
simplistic, but
and then when you break it down, it's really not hard. It's just we make all these assumptions when we look at things until you actually know how to do it. And that's why I brought this up because Penny goes, CR, I was agreeing with the fact that if you don't actually do it, and sometimes over and over again, the knowledge means nothing. And I think sometimes
well,
those drawing books, they make that perfect example. You have to do it and know it knowledge at the same time. And then it makes
well, yeah. Well, it's just like a pencil doesn't make you a great artist, or a paintbrush doesn't make you a good painter or artist, right? It's what you do with the tools, right? It's what you do with them, right?
or it's how
Because
you
anyone can have a pencil or a pen or whatever, right? But like, let's just, for example, like these some of these kids. Well, when I was growing up, anyway, classmates and stuff like that, they were so good they could draw in pen better than people can draw in pencil. That's how good they were because they could actually visualize it better, probably, right?
well,
So they knew.
how do we know like we always assume that if people are good at drawing, we'll just go, wow, they have natural talent. But we don't know if they practiced like 20 times. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's like, well, sometimes, yeah, but they're probably the people that like to doodle, right? They'd be in the class, in the classroom doodling on the side, right? Kind of deal. So that's a form of practicing, right?
Now let me explain.
Okay.
I can prove that I have no like drawing ability because I used to doodle all the time flowers because the whole concept of if you do it and do it and do it, you'll get better. Oh my
Okay.
God, no. Because I was bored in history class in high school and I was
Hmm.
drawing
Sorry.
flowers. And somebody goes, you're not good.
Yeah.
And the teacher caught on and he was like trying to get me to pay attention. And somebody goes, maybe she'll end up as a florist.
Or maybe she'll end up on my YouTube channel as Sunflower. And that too.
Yeah. And then the one who says that I'll end up as a florist, she goes, at least I was nice. You guys are mean. Because
Yeah.
they told me I couldn't draw.
Yeah. Unfortunately, those cancer don't words sometimes can stick into your head.
But the thing I think we are making important here today is that if you don't try, you'll never know.
Yeah. So this is why I'm trying to relate things in. Because sometimes there is a relation, how certain things can relate in, all right? Even though they're not really related or unrelated. But yeah. So, anyways, what I was going to say, I was going to actually type it, but I'll just say it. Penny, you say you don't have an avatar? You know,
Well, what's with the one she got now? She has an avatar. What's with
no, but I think he means like that. Something, something more dedicated.
no? The person has PPP.
No, I see that. I see that, Sunflower. I see that. But I think what they're saying is something a little bit more.
Permanent.
Well, I'm gonna say permanent, but kind of the next level of it, right? A version 2 of it,
Oh yeah. So
right? Because
Penny.
I know a lot of YouTube channels that it's the initial thing, right? I think it's just because it's an easy way of going about it.
You mean like CRs?
Well, you see that with a lot of channels, right? You do actually see that with a lot of channels. That's why I decided to bring it. Because originally I wasn't like, how do I want to do this? I'm like, so
Well,
right.
CR.
But
Let me point out. Weren't you at one point not just CR? Didn't you have a globe?
actually, that'll be for another story. That'll be another story where that's specifically from. But
No, but
I
didn't you have
originally,
like the
yeah,
world or a globe as your avatar?
long time ago, right?
But I mean no CR.
Yeah. No, that's I'll explain that story. There'll be a different story for a different story for a
You
different
mean like
video,
why
but
you changed or why you got it?
why it started like that.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I think I remember seeing no CR.
Remember, because well, actually, I probably could bring it
And you
up.
had some saying about the world. That's probably why.
See, because I brought it's a
Yeah,
version
explain
two
it
of it
for
now.
me.
It's a version two of it, basically in a nutshell. Over a 2.0, right? A version 2.0
Okay,
about it, right? Updated, right?
is Penny one of your moderators?
Yes, I've seen them before.
Okay, because I want to know what the Penny's channel is, because Penny says here
You
my
did
whole Penny channel is DIY.
a DIY. I do a
A
different.
whole ton of different types of crafts, and I'm curious what kind of crafts you do. So I would
I
like to
haven't seen them all. I do admit I'm trying to see this is another reason why I do these too, right? Get to know people, right? So because sometimes I don't see everything, so it's nice to read it too,
Yeah.
right?
So Penny, if you're a mod, can you put the link to your channel? I would like to
Yeah,
see your
yeah,
channel.
yeah. You can do that, Penny, if you like.
Thanks. Because Bob really got me excited today. Seeing I never okay. Now I'm gonna be honest here. I wanted to ask him, but I didn't because I didn't want to be rude. But he told me that yes, those are wind chimes that he was making that he showed us, but aren't
Okay.
they supposed to make noise? So I'm wondering
Well, maybe it's like a
how
dream catcher, right?
effective how effective with the fabric. So I'm wondering if the beads actually make noise.
I
Because
have no
didn't he
idea.
have beads with those?
Try.
'Cause I know he had
Let's
rings.
Well, if you put it on the channel, on his channel, then it's probably a closer up version of it, so you can probably see it more. I forgot to highlight it in there. Or Star
Wait a
Wars.
minute. Penny doesn't
Hi,
have.
Vanessa.
Look at what Penny wrote.
Oh, as an like StreamYard type of version of it. Well, basically, I just uploaded my icon to StreamYard, and
That's what she was
it,
talking about. Or is it a
yeah, that
he?
Penny's a he. Actually, he has a wife, right?
Hi,
I believe,
Vanessa.
right? So
Oh, Vanessa Kitty. Vanessa Kitty, you work with leather. So,
yeah.
we were talking earlier, okay? Okay. I don't know if I mentioned this to you, but in the family room, there are two leather couches, and the leather couches are wearing out. So some of them have the leather wear out look, which is not the end of the world, but one has a rip in it. And somebody said to fix it, you don't just want to sew it up. You need an upholstery kit. Are there specific and I think you can get an upholstery kit for leather. So if you were going to fix a tear in a leather couch cushion, was that what you would use? Or do you have any advice?
Yeah, feel free to drop in some input right there, Vanessa.
I mean, if you
Because
have any.
my experience or knowledge is
She's
very
at a
limited.
hospital. So if you don't want to talk about this now, maybe you can
Yeah,
tell me another.
Vanessa Kitty, you can send me a private message, and I'll copy and paste the message to you, Sunflower, if that helps too.
It's up to Vanessa.
Whatever works.
Yeah, because
Whatever
Vanessa's
works.
at a hospital, so I don't want to like have her.
No, she's
Like,
waiting for as a front point. It's probably the typing of it, right? So yeah,
yeah.
Vanessa Kitty, just
I
just
remember Vanessa
send me
said,
yeah, just send me a personal message, and I'll
"Yeah,
relay
that's
it
fine."
to that's probably easier. Because there's probably not even enough characters for her to type all. Well, she might be able to type it in, but
I remember she said she works with leather. I forgot what she told me she
Yeah.
was making.
Well, she made a chair, a stool.
A leather stool?
Yeah, like a
I think
tripod
that's
type of stool.
yeah. That's correct. I think that's what she told us one time. Hmm.
So she does have experience in doing it.
But I
See,
don't
I
know.
don't have experience in it. I
No.
mean, see, it's one thing for me to make a draw tie bag, but it's totally different to actually connect it and actually per se sew it.
Right,
Because I've shown.
because remember we were talking about that earlier, and someone said don't sew it, do like a patch,
Okay.
and there was a reason why they said don't sew it, but I can't recall.
Well, remember, I'm sewing with like nylon or even cotton or blends or something like that. That stuff's forgiving, right? Once you make a hole in the letter, it's just like that's it, right? So you actually have to plan it out. You actually have to. All right.
Oh, she
That's why
wrote me a response.
here, I'll highlight it on the screen for us here. So she said she would use a piece of leather under the tear. It needs more reinforcement. Yeah, yeah, that
Uh,
makes sense.
I don't
Then
understand. I don't understand how I can do that because it's a couch cushion, and so the whole couch cushion is leather. So how can I go underneath? Because what you see is the tear, and you see the inside of the couch cushion. So the whole entire tear is already underneath leather. Do you know what I'm saying?
why don't you can send me a picture of sunflower. I'll relay it to Vanessa Kitty if that helps
Oh
too.
yeah, because I owe you.
I mean, I can relay this. I can be your
I mean,
middleman
I'm just
here.
trying to visually understand. I'm not mocking
Mhm.
you. I
No, we understand. I'm not, no, because we're trying to explain something
It's just
that
the
a
way she
picture or a
explained it.
video.
That's how my
Yeah,
brain works.
yeah, yeah. We're trying to explain something with words that a
No,
picture or a
not
video would take less time.
no, Vanessa Kitty. You know where your butt sits on a couch cushion?
No ifs, ands, or buts about that.
It's not a seam. Uh, it's when you sit on a couch, your butt sits on the part of the couch cushion. It's on
I
that.
think you.
So it's on top of the couch cushion. It's not a seam.
Yeah, I think a picture would help, right?
Yeah.
Picture is just 1,000 words. Yeah, just take a picture of it. I'll send it to Vanessa Kitty, and she can relay a message. It'd
Oh,
probably be better than
wait
doing
a
this
minute,
because
Vanessa. So are you saying when you buy the matching leather, then you do the patch technique? So you sew the leather on top of on top of the tear. Now I think I understand. Now I said to my father, "Can't you get because the couch cushions we have for this leather couch, they're Velcro, so they come apart." So I said, "Can't you just get a replacement for the cushion?" And he says, it's probably too old." Because it was probably before the year 2012, because I remember my mother and father went to go pick out this couch, and 2012 is the year my mom passed away. But anyways, yeah, I'll send CR a picture. But I think I get what you're trying to say, Vanessa. Thanks.
yeah, I think it would just kind of reinforce your what's it
But the
called, the
thing
problem
is,
solving, right?
I don't know where I would buy leather. And so, but I'll bring this up to my father and see what he thinks. Is
Yeah,
how
see, Vanessa Kitty saying, see, I was thinking like that too, right? Maybe just make a whole new cushion instead. Try to just match the material as best as you can. Right. Hi, WD. Uncle Guac and Roll.
Anyways, Vanessa, I will think about it because this is all new to me. I will relay this idea to my father and we'll go from there. But CR,
Yeah.
I actually owe him a picture because we were talking about recycling. No, we were talking about recycling, okay? And
Well, you know what? Repairing stuff is actually a form of recycle. Well, recovery.
form of
Well, not yeah, it's more for you're recovering it. It's not quite recycling, but it's because like I said, instead of throwing out that shirt, or let's say, hey, that your little cuff on along the side of your pants on the right side is split, right? Instead of just throwing it out because oh, or whatever, you can repair it and kind of fix it.
Yeah.
To
Vanessa,
maybe even to the point that no one would even notice, right?
thank you for all your suggestions. I really appreciate it. By any chance, Vanessa, you mentioned Springfield Leather. Are they in Illinois? Because Springfield's the capital of Illinois.
Well, but that's okay. Usually, that's that's the thing. When you have the tools
Well,
and the
Vanessa
toys, you can
Kitty,
make things.
you would also need to know how to make it. So you would need some directions, guidance. I mean,
Measurements.
because you work with leather, for someone like you probably already have enough experience that you don't need to follow a pattern. You'll just know what to do. Somebody like me would be like, huh?
It's like shrug. Now what?
Vanessa, we don't need inside parts. We just, well, oh, and you want to hear something? Okay.
Hmm.
I washed my couch cushion,
Okay. Okay.
because it's not just, how when you stuff like something, like when you're making, like when people make, it's usually crochet, but sometimes you can see them as knitted. It's called amigurumi, and it's basically like crochet toys, and you have to stuff them. So basically, it's a stuffed toy, and you take a little of the stuffing, stuff it. Well, my couch cushion is one whole big thing. The one that I'm sitting on, and it kind of ripped at the seam. It came apart because when we stuffed it back in, even though it's one whole big piece, the size of the cushion where you sit on, it ripped. And I'm like, I don't know how to sew. And now I want to keep this couch cushion. So you know what I did, Vanessa? Even though it's not perfect, I stapled it.
You know. That this word reminds me. Staples is. It's just, I mean, it's a temporary fix.
Yeah, because it
It's
looks
like using
crappy.
zip ties.
It looks crappy, and you can see the white coming through.
It's not only that, but
But I was afraid if I left it, it would be worse.
yeah, right.
Because
You're like,
I don't
yeah.
have enough experience to know how to do this right away. And so I get because of my anxiety, Vanessa, my brain goes, "Uh-oh, you don't want to ruin it, right?" Cuz I don't have the resources to fix if it gets ruined and you actually have to go out and buy something. And so that's why I like to do a lot of research. But my
Oh,
problem is
that's
so
fine,
much
right? I mean,
research.
like,
But my problem is I do so much research, Vanessa, that I never get to actually do the craft. That's the problem with my
uh,
knitting as well.
yeah. See,
So
that's back to no. You have the knowledge or the book smarts, but you're not applying it enough.
yeah, and
Yeah.
that's why I think that book that I was saying about with the shapes and the
Hmm.
drawing, it makes the concept so relatable that it's easy just to do it and learn at the same time.
I see. I see.
So I'm gonna take what you say, Vanessa, because we have to go to Home Depot in the next few days because I need Roman shades for my room. And I was wondering if Home Depot. Well, no, I don't think Home Depot. Well, maybe if we go to Home Depot, then we can go and get the stuff for the leather. So I have to think about what you say to see what would work.
Okay.
But Vanessa, I'm not sure I would have to do the stuffing because um the actual stuffing isn't coming out. You can just see it. And it doesn't appear like the seed is not stuffy enough. Whereas in my room, okay, I understand that sometimes if people are like, if you gain weight, your couch cushion can sink. No, I'm losing weight. So that's not the issue. The way we stuffed
Well,
it,
that's good here. That's good here. That's good here about the voice and fun.
yeah. But what I'm trying to say is my couch cushion kind of is sinking in my room. And so I can see the couch cushion in my room might need more stuffing, it appears, but there is no more room. Whereas in the other couch,
Mhm.
when you sit on it, it doesn't have that problem. It's just the tear. So I'm not sure we would need to do anything with the couch stuffing because it's not really coming out. It's staying pretty nice. It's just the way that it teared. You can just see it. So thank you again, and we'll see how it goes. And yeah, I'll send you a picture.
Yeah, sending me. It'll probably be easier. She'll probably be able to troubleshoot it better.
That's
She'll
true.
have
I
more
mean,
to work with, right? She'll have more to work with, and not just the words, right?
no, no, I meant since we have to go to Home Depot, maybe we can go make a round because by my house,
Side trip, right? That's side trip. Side trip.
besides
Like that.
by my house, Vanessa, the stores aren't far from each other, like Joann's or oh, what do you have here?
I've shown this already. I've
Well,
shown
I
this
didn't see it
before.
before.
It's my little U pillow, like miniature. I just
You
made this
make
for
it?
fun. Well, I didn't make the U part, like the letters in there, but it used to be from something else that said the word U, and I kind of took that rectangle-ish part and just kind of made a really three-dimensional pillow-like thing.
So you have
Stuffed it. I still stuffed it with stuff leftover scraps, sewed it back together, and sewed it together.
so basically it was a piece of fabric with the word you on it,
Yeah, exactly.
and then you made it into that.
It was just for fun. Just for fun.
Yeah, I get it. I get it now, Vanessa. Yes.
Yeah. So this is
Um,
just something I just have.
what do you stuff with?
Are you asking me or are you asking her?
No, no, no. You. What did you stuff your
Oh,
you pillow with?
scraps. Because obviously I'm not sitting on it or actually per se using it for like a pin cushion or something like that. You might use for pins or whatever, right?
No,
So.
that kind of okay. Now I'm gonna be totally woman here. When it
No! I
when it
thought you were already being women already.
when it
And
comes to home decor, okay? When it comes to home decor, um, and you have a master bedroom, a lot of people like the style of your pillow. Not that it says you, but the style. That'll be one
mhm.
of the pillows that are just for decorations on a bed.
I
You know
think
what
you
I
know. I think I made this as a decoration, as like something for the streams or the videos. Really, I
but you
think
know
that's
what
the
I
actual
mean?
reason why. Yeah.
Like in movies and TV shows, men make a big deal about this. Why is there all these pillows on the bed? It's a woman thing.
Hmm. Yeah.
We'll
I
see,
just I
Vanessa.
just kind of like.
We will
Go ahead.
see. Again, I'm not sure the leather couch needs stuffing, but we'll take that into consideration.
Okay. Okay.
Because again, it's not my house and my father bought it. So it's up to him. I'll present him with the idea.
Okay.
Because Vanessa seems to know what she's doing. Because she's so smart. She knows math. She knows how to do a lot of things.
I know
Yes.
Vanessa Kitty is
Yes,
very
Vanessa.
inspiring.
That's the word I couldn't think of. Throw pillow.
Oh, I guess I should have threw that in there.
But no, read her whole comment. You call
Oh,
it.
I know. I just read it. I just read it. I'll highlight
I'll
it
read it
too.
out loud for the. Oh, never mind. You got the.
Yeah, of course. Remember, I'm the host. I tried to make sure to do the host thing. So.
That's funny. That's why it's called the throw pillow. Okay.
See, now we're all talking about pillows. That's kind of funny. How? That's kind of funny.
WD. You would have to go to a upholsterer. There are actual people who refix car seats. But again, if you know how to do it, knock yourself out.
Well, I mean, it helps when you have tools and materials, right? It goes hand in hand.
But Vanessa, I wouldn't have to replace the whole cushion. I could just replace over the tear. That's what I'm thinking. When you used saying it's like a patch for your jean.
Okay.
Vanessa's awesome. I wish I could meet her.
See, I've never made a pillow. I've only made very miniature or smaller ones.
Hmm.
But I think the concept and the experience can guide me
Okay,
through it.
honey, we already have a recliner. Besides, when people come over, one recliner isn't going to work. A long time ago, people used to fight over sitting on that recliner because they thought it was the most comfortable thing.
Okay.
Yes, Vanessa, that is a very good idea. So,
Well, Vanessa, can you usually I just bring it in one. It depends. It depends on the how long I'm going for, and maybe like let's say season too, because I do like I do like to have a pillow. I rest. No, because I woke up with sore necks before. I don't want to deal with that.
seriously, I don't understand why people wouldn't bring up. Well, I get maybe why because you don't
Now you
dirty
guys are
up.
talking about
You don't
futons.
want to dirty up your pillow, but at the end of the day, what are you gonna do if you didn't have a pillow? Rest your head on a log? I don't think that would be comfortable.
Well, the thing is, let's say during depending on the situation, you'll wake up tired, even more tired, cranky, and all that stuff, right?
Mhm.
Especially if the situation's serious enough.
But
Sometimes you need good rest, right?
the last time I went camping, I was in Girl Scouts. Cause see, my parents weren't wilderness folk.
You know, did you ever tell me this? I don't think you ever told me this.
What?
Sunflower, Girl Scouts.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever tell me this? Because I'm trying to
I
remember
don't
that.
recall. I was in Brownies, and then I was in,
Well, you told me that. I think. Yeah,
and
yeah.
I was okay. We have this thing where I vaguely remember. You wear for Girl Scouts, you wear a green outfit, and you go over a bridge. And I don't know what grade I was, but yes, I went. I went on a Girl Scouts. I remember two times because one time when we went camping, we learned to pinch a tent. I don't remember how to do it. And then the second time, we lived in a cabin. But I remember cooking and being by the campfire because it might have been at the Girl Scout camp. May I don't remember what area it was. I'm guessing in the same state I live in, but that's it's got to be before sixth grade. I don't remember, and I haven't gone since. But I would like to do it. But since nobody, well, I know some people who go camping, but they never think of going with me. So I don't go because I don't want to be in the wilderness by myself. And I don't have all that camping stuff anymore.
WD, I don't live in a state, by the way. Enough said.
Yeah, you live in a province. Isn't
Should I?
that
Put? Should I? Hey, WD, I can bring out all the. Hey, let me go get this Canadian flag, this
but isn't
maple
that what it is?
leaf.
I won't say which one, but isn't it a province? CR, isn't it?
Exactly.
It's
Yeah,
called a
Sierra
province.
doesn't live in a state. I live
So is
above
a
the state.
province. So in Canada, is a province the equivalent of a state? Or is it
I guess you could say that.
or is it more like a town? Or what would you call a
Oh no! It's more like a state.
but I'm not
It's just
allowed to say.
it's. Well, I mean,
I'm not allowed to say which one. But one time CR gave it away and I'm like, do you live in blah blah blah? And he goes, well, I'm like, that's it. But I'm not allowed to say unless CR tells me I can.
yeah, something along the lines of that. Wow,
No.
gross.
All
Oh.
Penny, that's not correct. But I can't tell you which one.
Okay, Vanessa. Yeah. Are you getting rain, WD? Because I know it's supposed to be raining in Vancouver
What?
this week.
Speaking of Canada,
Wait. Actually, I gotta remember a lot of these places here in Canada have names similar to our places.
where?
I've been
Place
missing.
or where?
I didn't even know about this. See, as a Canadian, I didn't even know about this. Right? I'm like,
Well, when you
oh,
were
you're Canadian?
saying,
No.
okay,
Vancouver
so
in the
these
U.S.
places, okay, are they places that are named like in America or other countries or named of what?
Basically, it's a town or city that has the same name in another country,
So
spelled the
do you,
same way.
so have you noticed any places in Canada
Okay. For example,
the same as in America?
I was gonna bring out another example. See, we have a place here in Canada called Sydney. It's out in Atlantic Canada, but most of you would know it as an Australian
Oh, you have.
city.
Oh, I know which one you're talking. I know what.
Yeah,
One.
it's just one of
I
those
know
things today.
one. It's called. I think it's in Ontario. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's called London.
No. Yeah, London. Yeah, London.
Is it in Ontario?
Yes, it's in the southern part of the province.
Yeah.
That's low. That's for everyone. That's probably closer to the international border by Windsor. Like that's lower than like Toronto, for example.
CR, have you ever been to Vancouver?
Here in Canada,
Yeah.
I
Have
guess
you,
because I didn't even realize you guys that was a place in the U.S. too.
what,
Well,
Vancouver?
yeah, that's why I brought it up.
Where's
Because
Vancouver?
no, because I thought someone was Canadian, and they're like, no. I'm like, they're like, I live in the U.S. They live in the U.S. I'm like, what? Then I checked. I'm like, oh, it's the same name.
Oh, because WD goes, I'm about 6 hours to Vancouver.
Yeah, that's why. See, that's why. Yeah, that's why.
He's in Oregon, but have you been to Vancouver? You?
Here in Canada?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I've been
So what's
there.
it like there?
Oh, right. Well, it's raining there this week here. This
Because
week it's raining there.
because whenever I ask people, where should you go in Canada? Vancouver is one of the places people rave about. So I want to know, what do you like about Vancouver? Is it pretty? Is it what?
I've been actually been over there for a while, but it's nice. I mean, a lot of places are nice though.
All right.
You know.
So according to Penny, this is what we get. I think he's in the northern part. I know he's definitely over here on the west.
Okay.
What say you, CR?
I don't even know how we got into like talking about like locations and like geography. No,
So
we,
apparently,
we went from
it's still a mystery,
pillows.
buddy.
Oh yeah, from sewing to pillows now to geography. Well, I said, well, you asked me if there was a topic.
Hey,
I'm like, not really.
WD. Did you hear about this? I'm going to say it. WD is in the most fascinating state in the United States. They're legalizing psychedelics.
Hmm.
You know what I mean by psychedelics, don't you, CR?
Yeah.
And we had midterms. Okay, I'm going to keep this short. We had midterm elections, and in the United States, we do these things called ballot measures. It's one of two things. You either use it as like a poll, and it's non-binding, which means it won't go into law. It's just the lawmakers to gauge, so that they should get an idea if they should keep going with their idea. We do
Okay.
that in Illinois sometimes. Okay, they have to tell you, and then otherwise it'll become legal, binding. And I recently read, I believe it's in Oregon, correct me if I'm wrong, WD, they legalized shrooms because the property of psilocybin can help people like with mental illness and different things. So, but it has to be very well regulated, and it has to be based off of science. They can't just legalize these things just because. So Oregon's very interesting.
Okay.
But Washington, I don't really know what's happening in Washington, Penny.
I feel lost. You guys are all talking about places in the U.S. that I've never been to, and I don't even know my name. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
Oregon and
I just
Washington, they're in the Pacific Northwest. Isn't that what we call that region?
yeah.
Like, have you ever heard of the movie Sleepless in Seattle? Seattle is Washington. That's the movie with Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan, where it
Yeah,
rains.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm familiar with.
And the reason why I bring that up is because Washington actually shows you. I mean, that movie shows you Washington. Like, have you ever heard of the Space Needle? That's Washington. I always wanted to go there.
Yep.
Seattle
You
seems so fascinating.
feel like I'm getting like American geography lesson every time I come onto YouTube now.
Look, you should be surprised that an American can teach you geography. Let me put it that way. I don't.
No, because that means
I
I
no,
gotta
no, no. I mean this with all
I
sincerity.
gotta start teaching like Canadian
But I mean this
geography.
with all sincerity.
Yeah.
Americans, I don't think our strong suit is geography.
Okay.
Look, you're gonna teach us Canadian geography? Oh boy. First, we have to worry about U.S. geography. So, how is it with the Canadians? Are they pretty good with geography?
Depends who you ask.
So,
For the
generally,
most
I
part,
mean, generally.
I think for the most part, but I mean, like, I guess it comes back to knowing your own area, right? And this is one of those things, right? Because obviously to go outside the country or to visit another country, you need a passport. Generally speaking, right? Or whatever, right? So
Okay,
I
we
guess
have,
it's different. I guess it's different when let's say these you live close to the international border, wherever country, whatever, right? Like
oh, I get what you mean. Yeah.
yeah, like down in out east, right? There's that Windsor border, right? Right. So because I saw it on the
So is that
news,
near
right?
New York?
Yeah, I saw it on the news.
So,
That's why I know.
so is
But
Windsor near New York?
No, Windsor's the southernmost city here in Canada. There's actually an international border close by.
Because there's a part of Canada that is near New York, and then there's one near Michigan.
Okay, I'm trying to remember.
Is it where Ron is, Ontario?
Mm-hmm.
Because Ron's not far from America.
Oh yeah, he's not. He's closer to the international border than
So
most of us are.
So what state is near the international Canadian border? Is it Michigan?
Well, yeah. Only thing that it's not the border that really cuts the line. It's more the Great Lakes there, right?
It's more of the what?
Great Lakes.
Oh, great. Let me see. Huron? Isn't there Lake Ontario? Wait. Huron? Lake Michigan? Erie?
Remember, I don't live out east, so I tend to like not pay attention.
Oh, Holmes.
Hmm.
So, Huron, Ontario, Michigan, Erie, Superior, or Holmes. We learned the mnemonic device as a child. It's kind of like Roy G. Biv for the Color of the Rainbow. Holmes is for the Great Lakes.
I see.
Yeah, I learned that in elementary school.
Well, clearly I need to like do some homework on that.
And I think the O is for Ontario.
No, WD Kingston. I've visited Kingston before out east. I have. We kind of drove by, driving through kind of deal. I haven't been in Kingston before. That was a long time ago. When we didn't really stop per se. I only saw some very little.
Oh, Penny, that's cool. Okay, speaking of movies, have any of you Americans in the chat here heard of the movie called, it's a horror movie, Munger Road? That actually was filmed in the state that I live in, Illinois, not far from me.
Okay.
Okay, what is Kingston?
Kingston, it's in this. Oh, it's it's in the middle of the province, ish.
Kingston, well, where is it located? I mean, on like a, like a.
It's
London?
what it's no, it's Kingston is west of Ottawa and north of Toronto.
But I mean,
If I remember,
what I mean is, you know how you say like London, Ontario, Kingston, what?
it's in Ontario.
It's in what?
Ontario.
Oh, the only Kingston I know is Jamaica.
See what I mean about these places,
and
right?
Kingston's the capital.
See, this is why sometimes you got to be specific for international audiences.
That's what I'm like.
That's why.
That's why I'm like, Kingston what?
You know.
I knew because I know you're not Caribbean. You don't have that.
This makes me think we really did run out of like names to name places. We have to reuse them all the time now.
Okay, well, here's a doozy. Speaking of names that are once used, okay. I watched on YouTube this Garland's Media. They cover Illinois politics from the federal and national, federal, which would be our national politics, and the state politics. And they were talking about surfers who surf in Lake Michigan, and then they went to a place called East Chicago. And the dude kind of had to be specific. He didn't mean the east part of Chicago. He meant East Chicago, Indiana.
Mm.
So they stole our name. So who knows why it's called East Chicago? Unless it's east of Chicago, that part of Indiana. But yeah, I get what you mean. All right, so what are
Yeah.
we saying in chat? Oregon used to be interesting.
They're just making conversation with us and such.
Penny's like, I thought they legalized everything in Oregon. Wait a minute, Penny. I'm not sure if they legalized all drugs. They might have See, a little FYI. Some states are decriminalizing drugs. That means if you get caught with, like we used to put people in jail for possession of drugs. Some states still do it.
Yeah,
Some
if you don't have enough, right? It's just like
and decriminalize means if they catch you, you just might be you just might have to pay a fine instead of end up in jail to prison. But I thought,
or appear in court. Can do
but
right.
I thought they just decriminalized. So we have to ask WD. I don't like horror movies, Vanessa. They're boring. They're boring.
Why is my phone not charging? Okay.
Just a minute. I think people claim they saw ghosts on Munger Road, but it's actually a real thing. The road is actually called Munger Road. It runs through 2 counties in Illinois. But if I name the county, then I'll dox myself.
Okay.
All right. In the movie Munger Road, the movie came out in 2011, but they claim that there was a whole bunch of supernatural activity. That's basically the point of this movie. Because I remember when we got it at the library and people were like, hey, that's about us. So basically, what it is, it's based on the haunted namesake road located in the state of Illinois. And it takes place during St. Charles Town Scarecrow Festival. I actually been to this. And apparently, during the town Scarecrow Festival, 2 teenage couples take the SUV down Munger Road to test the local urban legend. And simultaneously, a convicted killer escapes from his transport to another jail and starts a murder spree. And it goes from there. So it's really cool because that's like one of the first movies that is closer to where I live, as opposed to like Chicago or, and apparently some movie had a town right by my house. I mean, the town that I live in. Actually, I live in a village. It's the village of blah, blah, blah. But
The village people? Oh.
Okay. I don't really know what the difference between a village and a town is, so I'm just going to call them towns. The next town.
I thought there was like a size difference or something like that, or the amount of the
Yeah.
amount of people and in so much area, right?
But what I was going to say was a few towns from where I live, I remember reading a movie, part of a movie was filmed there, but I don't remember which movie. But we get a lot of movies that get filmed in Chicago. But every once in a while, we get the suburbs and like Joliet, like the Blues Brothers, and Johnny. One time I heard on the radio, Johnny Depp's in town. If I would have known ahead of time, because they were looking for extras, oh, I would have wanted to be an extra because the movie Dillinger was filmed here.
Mm.
And the jail. Oh, I think it might have been the old Joliet jail they used as scenes. And I know the breakup with for Aniston and Vince Vaughn, I think was filmed in Chicago.
Well, isn't there a lot of movies filmed in Chicago?
Yeah.
Or they use parts of the city, right?
Yeah, like sometimes in movies or in TV shows, they might film in the studios, which is like New York or Los Angeles, but the exteriors, for example, a long time ago, my brother Anthony, he's a lawyer, and this is when he knew his wife. I don't know if they were dating or married, but my sister-in-law remembers that my brother works in Chicago for some of his career. Not at his current job, but some other location. And it was not. I'm trying to think who it was. Who's Batman? Who's the current actor who plays Batman?
Oh, you mean Robert Patterson,
No, before him.
Ben Affleck,
No, not Ben Affleck.
Christian Bale.
That's it. Maybe it
Uh,
was Gotham. I'm thinking Chicago was what they call Gotham City.
oh, you mean that? Yeah, it's just actually, yeah, I know
I
what you're
don't know
talking
if the
about now.
movie itself is called Gotham City that he was in, but the whole where Batman comes from, Gotham City, I think they use
Yeah, I
Chicago as the backdrop for it. For example, when
parts of it, right?
you know what gets
Actually, I
me?
think Chicago's been used for like a lot of these superhero
Okay,
movies.
but you
It's
know what gets
because
me? Okay, and maybe because of COVID,
yeah,
or because the difference between European rules versus America. I watched the television show Outlander, okay? Because I'm never going to read those books. So I figure I'll just watch the series instead. And I was doing some research because I don't really look up stuff for Outlander. But I was curious if they were having a new season. Because I'm not sure how many seasons they're going to go. And so I found out they
mhm.
go to America because the Revolutionary War is coming. Okay, and I was like, where do they film? America, and apparently America is not America. They use Scotland for America.
Well, because sometimes the scenes need specific items, right? And so in the real world, you don't actually always get that in, right? You know what I mean? So they actually use part of it, and they green screen it out, or they CGI in certain things in.
Uh,
You know,
I'm not
it's just the
exactly
way.
sure because when you actually, like for example, because I have watched some when I get a DVD like from the library, I like to watch all the special stuff first and then the movie. And I think it was for Lord of the Rings, like when they do the battle scenes, because they need to show a lot, and sometimes they can't find all the actors or whatever it is,
Extras, right? So they actually have to. I
so
know
they
they had to.
so they
They
computer
had to CGI.
generate it. But
Yeah, they had to CGI it in.
so every time I see like Game of Thrones or like shows and movies like that, I'm always like, are they the real people or are they graphic in? But when I see what do you call it? Which I just named it. Oh, Outlander. I never get that impression. It always appears like an actual real outdoors. So I'm curious if they actually do.
Hmm. You know, I'm kind of going you now that you brought up the movie thing a little bit because sometimes I sometimes I will watch movies just because of whatever, right? But sometimes I do watch it for educational purposes.
Like what?
In terms of in terms
Documentary?
of well, for obviously you guys have come by the channel enough to see the stuff, right? And just like
Wait,
where I'm like, I'm just talking about like effects and stuff like that. I'm like, or certain little ways that they show portray something, right? I'm like, hey, I should actually
are
try
you
that in
talking
more.
about documentaries or an actual like fiction film?
No, I'm talking about the more technical side of it, story and
Yeah,
action,
which one?
story and
A
genre.
fiction? A fiction?
No. I'm talking about the more technical side.
Yeah, of what type of movie? That's what I want to know.
No, it doesn't matter. I'm
Oh,
trying. I'm like
okay,
in terms
okay,
of
that's fair enough.
the filming side of it, right? I'm talking about the more technical side, right? Because I'm like one of the very few channels that show both some preparedness stuff and some prepping stuff, but there's also some tech stuff in there, right?
Oh.
Right.
Hmm.
Here's my backpack, and here's how to make this in this program or app, right?
Well, isn't that what you kind of do?
Yeah. Well, I do both. I've shown both. I just haven't shown both in a while.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all good, Penny. It's all good. It is late. It's not a big deal. I gotta remember. I still need time for these Air 2 strings. Remember, system caller and everyone. You see that little thing on the top right hand corner? Yeah. Uh, I'm using the free still.
What?
It, remember, there's only 20 hours during the billing session free. And I gotta remember these Air 2 strings are going. But it's all good. We could still go for a bit. I wasn't planning. I wasn't planning to do such a long stream, but hey, I got a side channel going and such.
Oh
So
yeah,
it's all good.
StreamYards. You only get 20 hours.
Yeah, I mean you can go over, but I can't start a new one.
But if
I mean
you
I'm not
over,
well because I don't have plans because my
if you go
billing
over,
period.
it's just for the stream that you went
No,
over.
you can't start a new one. No, if you go over, you can't start a new one. They won't close it, but you can't start a new one.
This is what I was getting to. Yeah,
Yeah,
you can
because I've
only
already done 2 hours, and
do
technically this is like
right. Right.
I'm
If
over
you
at
do
five and a
20,
half.
if you go over 20, you just have to continue with if you want to continue, you have to keep going with the one as is. You can't and then you
Yeah,
have to
you won't be able to start a new one until your renewal period comes back around again. See, mine's on the 16th of next month.
So wait a minute. The renewal period means whenever you started your first time streaming.
I have no idea where that starts from. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I guess that would make sense because everyone's renewal period's obviously different. So.
Okay, I'll be back. I have to use the bathroom.
All right. Well, WD, see, that's the thing. I used to use OBS. I never had to deal with it.
But isn't that better before I go? Isn't like you like time
Well, OBS
because
just
people
gives
who
you
are
more
like
functionality, right? I
because
can do more, and I don't have the limitations because I'm not going for StreamYard, right?
right
But
because
because I'm not running it, I have to run for StreamYard. That means I have this limitation.
there are a lot of technical people I know have told me you should only use OBS because they know the ins and outs of the computer aspects and they
Yeah.
find it more challenging.
Well. Yeah.
But
Well.
I'll be back.
All right. Fair enough.
I gotta make this lower. I don't want to wake up someone.
Oh. Well, I feel like I could do like this whole live stream just talking about the Dark Knight now. I'm not talking about the movie. I'm talking about it in general. But that'll be for nursery. Maybe not this one. Who are you? Remember that scene? I think it's actually that. That's the words right before that. I forget if he actually says mad. You know, who are you, man? No, I think he just says, "Who are you?" Anyway, I bet my side chat's just working up. It's like, "Oh, you were right, Sierra, or you were wrong." No, see, sometimes I should watch stuff like that just to get maybe not always inspiration, but get ideas on like, hey, maybe I can try something like an effect like that. Welcome back,
Thank you.
Sunflower. Like I was saying, Sunflower. Because
Wait a minute.
especially
Why is Penny Batman? Why is Penny Batman?
no, he's just we're talking. It's part of the conversation we have.
I know. What did I miss?
It's nothing really.
Oh, we have a question. Did you answer W?
Well, he just put it on. They just put it on the screen.
Well,
Yes.
how?
WD, I do know Sunflower, by the way. I will say that.
But we're technically not old.
But we do know each other. So.
We're technically not old.
I know who this is.
No, actually, we met during the pandemic.
I'm trying to remember.
Okay, while we're on this.
Well, it doesn't. You know what? You know, it's so far. It doesn't really matter how we met. It's that we met, and we're still talking.
No. But how? I'm curious. What is your?
I like the way I put it, because now you're trying to make me think about it now, and just like, right? Hey, a lot happened that year, so I'm trying to remember everything.
Didn't we meet through
someone else? Yes.
Office?
Well, like I said, Sunflower, I didn't know how far you wanted to go into it.
No, I don't care if they know, but
well, I guess the stream's already 3.5 hours, so if you're listening to this and hear about it now, well.
But
thanks for the watch time.
But didn't we meet because Goldfish Office had a private, and that's how I met you?
Well, and then you started to know what I do.
And then I came to your
remember when you asked me what I do on the channel, right? Oh, what do you do over here, right? Now you know a little bit more.
And then we became friends. Isn't that how that happened?
Well, we started to talk, and then all this other stuff, right?
But I don't think it was.
I remember, technically, everyone out there, I've actually had Sunflower on the channel before, technically.
Yeah, I was a different name.
Yeah, we'll leave it at that.
Because I had a switch up.
Yeah.
I had to switch up my YouTube channel for reasons that I can't get into, and there was drama.
We'll leave it at that.
And I was something else, but it doesn't matter. I'm the same person. My name is Christina.
You aren't it.
Because the people that I think would come here already know who I am.
Yeah.
Way, and the bad people, they don't come.
And I guess you're mentioning this like 3.5 hours into the stream, so they would have to find it too. Hear it.
But I think
we met. So good.
The pandemic was 2000. Thank you, WD.
You mean 2020? You said I don't know why you said 2000. You said 2000.
Oh no, that's the millennium.
Yeah.
No, 2020. So I guess we met in 2020.
Yeah.
I don't actually know.
And it doesn't really matter anymore.
No,
Like I
because it
said,
seems
no,
no, 'cause it
no,
seems like
because
we'll
like
know you forever.
no, but like it doesn't really matter
Well,
anymore.
just for
Like it's
detail,
yeah, but
just
I mean,
no, because it bugs me. Because I notice
I
about
know
most
that, I know
people.
that.
No. It bugs me because, like all my other good friends, I can pinpoint, and then there's you, and I'm like, well,
Well, the only well, if I had their laptop still that I didn't like have like fail on me, I would be able to find out for sure.
I think
Because
I
I
made the
know
first.
because I made you a
Oh,
channel
wait a
icon.
minute, CR.
Remember?
I knew
Remember?
you in 2000 because I was like, you're like, I can check. No, you're like, I can check out your video and I can tell you
Oh yeah!
if
Oh
it's
yeah!
good. If it's
Oh
good. I remember
damn! I
this
almost
now.
forgot about no. That one's because I
I
said I'd
remember
check out
this
your
now.
video, right?
Okay, because when I was first wanting to make videos, I was like, this is not going to go well. This is bad. I don't know what I'm doing. And CR's like, I could watch for you. And then I think I put my video out either at the end of 2020 or in the new year.
Mm-hmm.
And I was gonna do something. You watched it, you critiqued it, and you're like, well. And then
Take care,
I
WD.
think I did a whole
WD
completely new video.
Well, oh yeah, yeah, it's that video. I keep forgetting it actually it's even transcends or it's before the thumbnail
Yeah,
part.
yeah, it's my old
Yeah,
channel.
yeah. Now it's that video. Now it's
But I
a
still
little better.
think we met through Go Fist Office originally.
Yeah, but everyone here on YouTube meets through someone else. It's the way it is. Right. Yep, right.
Bye,
We meet through
Penny.
other people. Yeah, but yeah. Oh yeah, this goes up.
Penny is going. So we have to
Okay.
entertain WD. Oh, hi, Dan.
Oh, sorry. I think I misunderstood that when I didn't actually read the comment above. Yeah. Okay. Now I know. All right. Take care, Penny. Oh, it's so good. Well,
No.
like I said, sunflower. Like you know, I use this as a way to. Well, you know how I'm very technical about things. Sometimes I push it too far in terms of the technical side, right? But
Mm,
it's just the way I am about things. I'm very technical about things.
I know.
Because,
Like when you
well,
try to
because
teach
they,
me
well,
to graphic design, I'm like,
no, is it? See,
do you realize I'm just a beginner?
history is not my strong suit, right?
But
However,
that,
the
but
math,
that's
the
just what
other
you're good
side,
at.
like math or whatever,
But
is
there's
my
nothing wrong
strongest.
with that. It's just what
No,
you're good
no, I'm
at.
not saying it. Yeah, I'm more proficient at it,
It's just what you like.
right? So sometimes
No.
I push too hard. I push too hard when it comes to like technical critiquing or something like that. Sometimes I push a little too hard, right? I say it how it
WD,
is too much, right? Instead of
WD, I
letting
kind of wished we could, but we live too far. He lives in Canada somewhere, and I live in the United States in Illinois.
many time zones over.
But but where
It would
he
be
lives,
to go to
but
visit
where he
you.
lives and where I live, or you have to understand,
That'd be
and I'm sure you
10
might
hours of
know as an
flying for sure.
American that some people, it's very easy to travel to Canada because they're like next to Canada. We are probably way too far.
In a different time zone.
Well, you're in the,
No, because even the
well, just a minute,
flying, right?
just a
Even for
minute.
flying. No, I
You're
would
just
have
an
to.
hour ahead.
No.
Yes, you, wait a minute.
Sunflower,
Wait
sunflower.
just a minute.
So,
Wait just a
so
minute. Wait a minute. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on. Let me see if I get this right. No, that's Ron. Ron's an hour ahead. You're 2 hours behind me.
there we go.
I always do that, but it's technically Ron.
Hmm.
because he's in the Eastern time zone, and
Yeah,
CR is somewhere in some time zone.
yeah, yeah. Doing a late night stream apparently.
But yeah, I always get that mixed up. And me and Goldfish are on the same time zone.
Yeah.
That's so nice. I don't have to think about it. Most people get this mixed up all the time. Even though people tell it to us, like all our friends, like 1,000 times, everyone mixes this up because no one really pays attention. Because who's gonna pay attention to the time, unless they have to go, and you know what I
Well,
mean?
so, well, see, this is why I'm a big proponent of. When in my chat, in the chat, in the side chat, you'll see a lot of time. I'm leaving in 5 minutes. I'm leaving at the top of the hour. I'm leaving at the bottom of the hour. Right. That's what I usually. It just makes sense better.
Hmm.
For international communication, right?
Yeah, you're lucky.
I'm
It's
not gonna say I'm leaving at 2 because no one knows what I mean.
yeah,
Right?
it's
No one knows
12.
what I mean by that. But if I
You're
say I'm leaving
lucky.
in half an hour, top of an hour, then
It's
everyone knows.
12:30 for you, and it's almost 2:30 in the morning for me.
Yeah, and apparently I've been doing the
So
4 hour live stream.
WD, what time zone are you in? Pacific?
Yep,
So
PST. I mean, yeah, PST.
wow. Must be the it's 2. Yeah, I thought it was 2:30 here.
Ah, sounds kind of a little tired.
So WD.
I'm actually surprised I'm still going here.
Okay, WD, I've never seen you before. How did you find CR? Are you part of the prepping group? Prepping community?
Remember when you came in earlier?
With Bob?
Uh,
When
did you
Bob was
see
here?
Gil? No, when Gil was here. The first person I had up on the panel. I don't
Well,
know if you were here. Well,
what,
anyways, that's
what were
where
you
we
talking
met.
about?
No, that's well, actually, wasn't it?
Wait a minute. Is he the guy that said something about it would be cool if you talk about your sewing kit?
No, actually, that was Bob. That was Bob 942.
Okay, so what did you and Gil talk about? Refresh my memory.
No, actually, we were just talking about more techie stuff in the beginning. Because
I don't know if I was here when he was here.
no, okay. Well, anyways, this is why I was trying to bring it up. And so this is why I do certain things like you'll see me just kind of like, how come you at least watch this again and again, or certain little things, because I'm trying to get an idea out. Because I find certain little things are interesting. I'm like, maybe I could do something similar
Oh,
in terms of video or
not to
whatever, right?
interrupt CR, but WD, can you see Mount Hood? Like if you look outside your house or like through the window or if you're outside, can you see part of it from where you are? Mount Hood? Because I bet you that would look pretty.
Yeah. They say yes.
I don't exactly know what it looks like, but I think it would be a
I
pretty.
never even heard of it.
I don't know if I've ever seen a mountain. Trying to think.
Have you ever been out west?
Hmm,
Like I said, I've been out east before. I've seen
where?
Toronto. I've seen Ottawa. I've seen Kingston. Kingston
But have you been to a U.S.? I don't remember if you told me.
once, only once though.
What state?
Nevada.
Ooh.
Anyways,
Was it a?
there's a lot of Q&A this tonight.
Did you find it to be pretty?
Yeah, I mean, like it's hard to gauge when you only see one, right? I mean,
Did you go to
one
Las
point.
Vegas?
Yeah, I had to go attend somewhere, but yeah.
Now, people out east, like people who have seen out east, my ex sister in law's parents and my ex sister in law immigrated from Poland, and her mother Dorothy once told me that Utah was the most. That's like the best word she's ever been in America. She thought it was prettiest. And a lot of people rave about Utah, Nevada, the out west, but no. I've been to California, but not the west, like those the west. No. Yeah, Utah's a desert. Now, I don't actually know if I would like all that heat. Mm, WD, I don't know if I've ever seen pictures of Oregon, but say what you want about Colorado, okay? We don't need to get into what happened. But I've seen pictures of Colorado because my niece goes to college there. And when I see some video game, I can't think of the name right now. Colorado looks beautiful. So I'm envisioning all the Pacific Northwest. It is probably extremely pretty. You have a ranch in Colorado. Wait, you're in Oregon, but you have a ranch in Colorado. So is it a working ranch? Like with animals and stuff?
Sunflower
Yes?
and the BD, both of you. 'Cause I think I'm gonna call it at around just over this 4 hour mark. I think.
Okay, whatever you want.
No, I'll still talk to you after. So don't leave. I actually want to talk to you after in the backstage. Once again.
Okay, okay.
So
But I'm curious
I,
about this. WD is in Oregon, but he has a ranch in Colorado. I'm wondering how that works. Because I would assume a ranch he would have all. Oh, hold on. Let's see what he has to say here. Oh, that makes sense. Because I was going to ask you, how does that work? Because when people say ranch, I always assume people want it for the business aspect. You're like the first person I've ever met that just has it for the land.
yeah, I guess you would kind of consider. You think that horses, cowboy or cowgirl, you kind of that perceived notion of it.
Most of the time, when I think of a ranch, I think of cows,
Yeah, cattle
or
and
like,
stuff like that.
or
I
like,
think I
or
think
like
that's
the
like the
beef,
yeah that perceived
because
notion or stereotypical view of it.
because when I tried to go to college for a bachelor's degree, and I decided to go to Minnesota, and I met somebody there who took me to her house, and the family, her family had a ranch, and it was to raise cattle.
Uh-huh.
That was the first time I've ever been to something like that. And I always thought it would be fun for like a week to work on a farm. But I wouldn't want to see like slaughtering animals and stuff like that. I just think to see the animals, like if you had
Yeah, I
sheep or
understand.
llamas or like to grow food.
Okay,
For some reason, when I
garden.
tell this to people where I live, they think it's like, oh God, it's like probably because we were from Chicago and we live in the suburb, but I just think it would be interesting because it's a different thing that than where I come from.
Hmm.
But that's cool. I hope your daughter's okay. I hope she wasn't too far. I hope she wasn't in the place where that tragedy happened.
Or know people too. Lots of people know each other nowadays. Just the way it is, right? You know what I mean, Sunflower? So
Mm-hmm.
when I hear stories, I always check up on certain people.
Yeah.
Not because they might be affected directly, but they might know people, right?
Right. So
That's what,
my niece goes to school in Colorado. So we were asking my brother, and he goes, "Nah, she wasn't there. She was skiing, or she was out.
yeah,
She
right.
was somewhere. So she probably wasn't even in the state."
Yeah, right. Hmm. All right, both yeah, I'm at the floor
Oh,
anymore.
Denver probably is. Oh, then she's good. Your daughter's
Yeah,
good
yeah.
because that happened in Colorado Springs. But yeah, I want to see I don't know if I would want to live there from what I know of the state, but um, I think it looks beautiful. I still can't remember that name of the game. I saw somebody play it, and he happened to be from Colorado. What was it?
Um,
I can't remember her name, but I think it's the actress that played the pregnant girl in Juno. And
okay.
now she's not a girl anymore. She might be transgender. I can't remember her name.
Sunflower. 2 minutes here.
Okay.
I'm not trying to interrupt you guys, but I gotta be like, I gotta make sure I squeeze in, have enough time in. It's
Okay.
because these
That's
next two
fine.
streams, I don't know if I'm gonna go longer than 3 or 4 hours, so I gotta make sure I got enough in there,
Okay. But
and then maybe
anyways,
squeeze in more.
what is the name of that video game? Hold
But
on.
all right. Anyways, I do appreciate it. I gotta remember that I gotta exit out of the stream like soon. So I appreciate everyone that dropped in. I appreciate my panel members dropping in, keeping me company, and getting to know you people, you folks out there a little bit better. I did share a few stories in there. I didn't even realize I was going to share a lot of it, but I guess I did. So I do appreciate it. You have anything else you want to say, Sunflower?
Yeah, I'm looking it up.
Well, because I'm ending the stream soon, by the way.
I know. What is her name? Oh,
You mean Ellen Page?
no, it's on the tip of Ellen Page. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I yeah. Anyways, here. I think I'm gonna exit the stream right away. So everyone, we'll be proactive out there. So, like my ending messages always say, right? Oh, I'll have to
No, I
keep
don't
one.
think it was Two Souls. I can't remember the name of the game. But anyways, the point is, WD, I think Colorado looks pretty, and I would like to see it.
All right.
See ya,
Anyways, take care,
WD.
everyone. And remember, Sunflower, I want to talk to you in the backstage.
Okay.
All right, everyone, take care, everyone. From the one known as CR.